on.
Look at the camera, the lights, and the action. Look at the plan, look at the reaction. Look at the way that we taking advantage. You see me now, now look at me vanish. I see the look in your eyes. It be the look of surprise. That's just a part of the game. You gotta look for the prize.
That was one for the cameras, wasn't it?
Look at the way that we handle it.
I like your style, eh?
I win! Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles! Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion. This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour and the final table of the 5K main event. 6 players remain, playing down to a champion today who will receive the trophy and the first prize of nearly 1.5 million euros. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Maria Ho.
Hello, everyone.
An exciting day of poker ahead, and we want to hear from you. It's an interactive experience, so please use the live chat on Twitch or YouTube. Post on X. And to stay across all good things happening in the world of PokerStars, check out our Facebook and Instagram pages. Yes, it's the final day. I hope you've enjoyed our 7 days of streaming so far. If you missed the penultimate day of the main event, let me fill you in on the main story points from day 6. Two tables of 8 returned. The final 16 dreaming of reaching the main event final table. Chip leader Simon Wiciak played the role of table captain, while Andre Akkari continued his short stack masterclass. But it was the end of the road for the final former champ. Robin Latello's mistimed bluff picked off by Wiciak.
Robin moves all in and gets snap called.
Good game.
And pro lacrosse player Curtis Knight busted in 7th, confirming our final 6 players. And these are the 6 players returning for the final day on the main stage, ready to take their seats. We have got 2 monster stacks. Simon Wiciak, 91 big blinds. Carl Short, close to 70 big blinds. Then you've got a bunch of guys who are bunched up. Santiago Plant, Xiao Seidenstricker, Ezekiel Weigel, and Andre Akkari, who has been the shortest stack of what seems like the last 5 days, with just 18 big. Still have 65 minutes to play at the 125 to 50 blind level. Andre Akkari has been a survivor, Joe.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering from Maria's perspective, is it boring to do that, or is it just edge of your seat?
No, I think if anything, it just keeps you really alert because you have to find a good spot to stay alive.
You can see the payouts, we can see the jumps with every single elimination. Someone who'll be firmly fixed on first prize is the chip leader, Simon Wiciak. He is coming in as a monster stack. We caught up with him before the start of play today, and we asked him how he slept last night.
Not exactly perfectly, we can say. Yeah, it was. I was a bit excited, obviously, trying to figure it out what's going to happen. Imagine the moment, the configurations, the different strategy, everything in my head, the advice from people. You know, what do you think, what you're feeling, and at some point when you sleep and you wake up, you're still thinking about it. So it was, yeah, it was not really calm, but yeah, I achieved to sleep a bit, so it's okay. I'm gonna be fine today. Yeah, I already cried a lot for the past few days. I try to hide from cameras because sometimes it's when you get beautiful messages from people that you care a lot, so I was really emotional, really tense in the same time. So I think if I won this, this is going to explode, and we are all going to explode. They travel a lot. Some people make 8 hours driving to come to see me today, and they are going to come back tonight because they have to work tomorrow. So everything together will, I don't know, there is an explosion of emotions.
Well, Wiciak's opponents include Andre Akkari, who of course made the final table of this event back in 2017 and is the last remaining member of Team Pro. Andre arriving with a short stack but in high spirits. Ezekiel Weigel won the W-Coupe main event back in 2018. He is the second shortest stack at the start of play with just 20 bigs. Santiago Plant had a great summer at the World Series of Poker, making numerous final tables. Carl Shaw is a player with a World Series of Poker bracelet, which he won back in 2019. And as we see Wiciak arrive with his girlfriend Hannah, let's hear from the second biggest stack of the final table. Let's hear from Carl Shaw.
Feeling good, feeling great, confident, ready to take it down. It's going to be good, going to look for a bigger house. Any Lamborghini Urus is for sale, DM me on Instagram, you know. Yeah, that's the plan. I'm feeling ready, like, we're taking it down. Let's go.
Maria, let's talk about table dynamic here. What kind of pressure can Wiciak and Shaw exert on their opponents when you consider the jumps in prize money with every elimination?
An incredible amount of pressure. I think we see at these big final tables, and we talk so often about ICM and what that does to the middling stacks, putting those handcuffs on them. But Wiciak in a really good spot considering his table draw. He is to the direct left of the second biggest stack. So I don't even know if Shaw is going to be able to exert all that much pressure with that dynamic in play, but certainly comfortable enough to withstand what I think Wiciak is going to do today, which is put on a show for all of us.
Yeah, and obviously we can see the spectators starting to gather in the stands with two Brazilians at the FT. Second year in a row we've had two Brazilians at the final table. We are expecting a lively rail. Now, I mentioned that Santiago Plant had a great summer at the WSOP. I mentioned the fact he had 3 final table appearances. He cashed in 16 tournaments, but this is only his second ever EPT. And of course, like all the players who arrived today, we spoke to Santiago before he took his seat on the main stage. So let's hear from the guy from Montreal.
I'm feeling great. It's definitely sunk in. Everybody's been messaging me since last night, my phone beeping left and right, just once more right there. Also, like I was really focused yesterday, but once we made the final table, I cried a little bit, like so emotional, and it's been a long time dream of mine. It would mean everything. Like I've spent so much time in the last 5, even more years, trying to get better at poker and playing a lot, competing, and winning on a big stage like this would be unreal, something I've never got to experience before. Honestly, I don't know. I have some friends in town. I don't know if they're playing something else. I didn't really want to worry about anything outside of poker, but hopefully I'd be happy to have anyone I know. That would mean a lot.
Joe, one of the things that we saw last night, and I guess it echoes what we saw last year, was a decent camaraderie between the 6 players at the final table. Obviously, everyone wants to win, but nice that they kind of like each other.
Yeah, obviously we're not going to have something that lives up to last year, maybe ever again, with the sort of, it seemed like they were all just pals at summer camp together. This obviously is a good case scenario, if not the best case scenario, for everyone to be getting along this well, everyone to have, I mean, there's no vitriol, which is really excellent.
And obviously a great story here. Andre Akkari back at this final table, looking to win the title for Brazil and for Team Pro. What would it mean to Andre to win this?
Man, would mean a lot, you know. Like it would mean a recognition for my career, for all the effort that I put, especially in the beginning of my career. That was really tough in Brazil for me, for my family, for my wife, for my daughters, and just to be here, it's already like a super reward, you know. But like winning, it's going to be a different monster, you know. It's going to be special, and I'm going to fight for that. I'm going to give my best. I'm going to use my time to looking for the optimal decision, and if the cards has to help me, so do it, please. Keep doing.
Question, is Andre Akkari the nicest guy in poker?
Well, in all my experiences playing with him and just speaking to him off the table, you know, he clearly has a passion for the game. He's been around for so long. And as he mentioned in the interview, fight is what he has done every step of the way. And so never count him out. El Gato over here with all the lives.
Yeah, 18 big blinds, and a reminder that we still have the better part of an hour. In fact, 65 minutes on the clock for the rest of the 125, 250 blind level. So some way to go before we see the blinds go up and take our first break of the day. Players in their seats getting ready for the start of play. Cards in the air very shortly. Let's talk about another player at the final table. Let's talk about Ezekiel Weigel. Mentioned already, he is a former W-Coupe champion. Has had some impressive live results as well. He has a decent resume. And let's hear from the Argentinian.
Amazing, just a wonderful experience from the first day that I came here, with all the environment, the players from all the countries, the structure that they made, all the situation of the huge prize pool. Yeah, it's just a insane experience for everyone who can dream about the final table, and being with the fits here is just insane. I didn't travel from Argentina just to stick to the chair and wait for the moment. I'm going for it. Such a great accomplishment, right? I mean, for everyone who is like involved with poker since a lot of years, dreams like this, being exactly in this moment, like with all this, the huge prize pool and all the like 2,000 people, it's just amazing. Like just seeing the trophy there and living this, dreaming about getting all the money and the trophy is just insane. I couldn't like tell it with words, really.
Ezekiel referencing the field size. We did indeed start with 2,120 entries. This is the second year in a row that the EPT Barcelona main event has attracted a field of more than 2,000. We are down to the final 6. We're ready to start the final table. Blinds are 125,000, 250,000 with a 250K big blind ante. We have shuffled up and we are dealing. Hand 1 of the FT is underway.
Like nervous inaugural.
No small blind this hand. Following the elimination of Curtis Knight last night. Action folded to Ezekiel Weigel.
Well, he said, I'm going for it. Would he do it right here, right now?
Those red and black chips are the big ones.
All signs point to yes.
It's made it 525,000. Actually, we've got the white chips in play, right? They're the 500Ks?
C.
Okay, so the red and blacks are the 100Ks, greens are the 25Ks, and yes, the whites are the biggest chips in place right now.
You hear all these players in their interviews just echo the sentiment of how overwhelming it is to make the final table of an EPT, such a prestigious event. And for all of these players, you know, the more days you make it through, the more emotionally invested and attached you begin to get about the outcome of possibly being the champion when this is all over. And so certainly going to be a release of emotions I think we will see from everyone.
So this is hand number 2 of the final table. King Deuce for Wiciak in the small blind. And we've talked about Andre Akkari. Of course, the other Brazilian player at the FT is João Seidenstricker, part of Team Samba. 37 years old, is a former Sunday Million champion, a poker coach as well as a player. And he's facing a raise here of 800,000. Queen Jack in the big blind. Looks like a defend, Maria.
Yeah, it's a spot where, you know, he doesn't need to be going all in against a raise. Certainly does have fold equity, but kind of that middling type hand where he elected to see a flop in position against the chip leader, who he knows is obviously going to keep his foot on the gas throughout, so not necessarily representative of any strength per se.
I noticed that Shaw folded a hand you would typically open from the button when it's folded to you with 70 bigs. Is that mostly because of Simon sitting to his direct left?
I think it's pretty much all of the reason why he elected to fold. I think, again, in this situation, even with Shaw having as many chips as he does, he doesn't really love the fact that Wiciak is to his direct left. You've got to tighten up your opening range quite significantly with this much ICM pressure. So, you know, when Wiciak is yet to act, that really makes Shaw have to play a game that's going to be a lot more conservative despite his stack.
It's annoying.
Seidenstricker taking it down with a bet on the turn to the delight of the rail, and I would expect that rail to A, grow, B, get louder as the day goes on. The trophy up for grabs, as well as that first prize of nearly 1.5 million euros. Everyone guaranteed 300K. A significant pay jump with every single elimination now at this final table as we deal the third hand of the day. Whether you're watching on Twitch, whether you're watching on YouTube, I want to hear what your head is saying and what your heart is saying. Who do you think will win, and who do you want to win? Let us know.
I promise not to make fun of you. Unless your answer's really bad.
Ace-8 the hand for Santiago Plant. Opens with a raise to 500K. King-Jack off for Seidenstricker.
Maria?
It's definitely an interesting situation. You've got Akkari to your left here in the big blind, and so you wonder if you call here, you obviously don't want to put chips in the middle, and then perhaps Akkari finds a hand he can shove with, and then you're going to just have put those chips in out of position with a hand that, you know, plays okay post, but again, just spots where you're not really sure how you want to proceed, but flopping top pair gives you a lot of clarity, I think. Plant trying to find, you know, a bit of a open spot where he thinks it's not going to be contested as much when you have Akkari in the short stack in the big blind. So gonna give Seidenstricker a lot of credit here for having a pretty strong range to continue pre. Certainly a lot of good Jack X's are going to be in there, you know, even Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack suited. All of those hands are certainly going to find the call pre, and top two now for Seidenstricker.
Yeah, and obviously I don't want to talk about superstition or lucky hands, but King Jack kind of works for Seidenstricker.
Got to get the showdown with it.
Yeah, not the best run out, you know, hasn't been able to capture any value yet, and now left with a bluff catcher. We'll see if Plant wants to try to go for it. Maybe trying to fold out some Jack X's with this particular run out, but not able to rep too much. You know, obviously would have likely been betting the flop or the turn at some point with some type of value, and now, you know, how many kind of naked strong clubs does Plant have in this spot? He decides to check back, which allows Seidenstricker to show down a hand where he would have just been okay check calling there on the river. Not the best run out, but don't think he was going to fold to a river bet anyways.
2 in a row.
Yeah, and currently third in chips, playing a 30 big blind stack. Andre Akkari, the other Brazilian at the FT, still the shortest stack with 15 bigs. 58 minutes till the blinds go up.
It's going to be a long day for the people on the rail, they hope.
Where are the flags? Where are the beers?
I got to start selling beers on the breaks.
That's fine.
All it takes is just one person to get it started, you know, just one person to order that first beer, shot, whatever.
I mean, it's like 8 a.m. poker time.
It's true. But come on, we've all had a drink at 8 a.m.
Andre Akkari all in after Wiciak opens with ace-jack. Andre has the same hand.
Not surprised to see Andre take this spot again. Wiciak likely to be opening quite liberally here with his big stack. Wiciak not all that, you know, comfortable with just snapping here with the ace-jack. Certainly recognizes that Akkari's range is going to be pretty strong here to be able to shove over his open. And
4 million. 4 million. I call.
Well, Wiciak calls, putting Andre Akkari at risk. Of course, the vast majority of the time, this is going to be the kind of pot that everyone loves.
Andre very likely to be surviving his 47th all-in of this tournament. I mean, he's a 2-to-1 favorite right now.
He does have 2 live suits.
Pode pedir espada também. Espada serve também.
Losing here might make him no longer the nicest guy in poker, though.
The flop is 5-5-4 rainbow, and that means this is going to be a chop, and you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Lock it up, chop it up. I like their song better.
Just to be clear, that's the celebration when Andre chopped. Imagine what it would be like if he doubled there.
What if he chopped with the other Brazilian? What then? Full-on choir?
yeah, I would think so. I mean, imagine if they got heads up, though, then we would really find out which Brazilians are there for Andre and which ones are there for Zhao.
Maria, you've done a great job not stinking it up this week with the Chop Pot song. I just wanted to compliment you.
Why, thank you. Stapes, it only took, what, 5-6 years for you to give me a compliment on the Chop Pot song? Preach.
5-6 years for you to earn it. Maria's used to being a solo act.
Right. You guys go when I go.
So hand number 5 of the final table. We've had the raise from the chip leader. Called by Seidenstricker. It's 5s versus ace-queen, and it is an ace-high flop. Seidenstricker now with the advantage.
All right, so it's looking like so far 100% of pots have been won by Brazilians. Who won the first pot? No, we had
Weigel.
But since then, we're looking at 4 of 5, more than likely.
You know, there's still 2 5s left in the deck, though, right? I felt like that's a little premature, Stapes. We'll see what happens, though.
Come on.
Might not get to the river
There's
card,
2
though.
aces left in the deck, too.
Looks like Seidenstricker cutting out a bet.
Vamos. Vamos, says Seidenstricker, as he wins another pot and chips up to 9 million, around 35 big blinds.
I want to take a Brazilian Portuguese language class one day where they teach me all the different variations of vamo, because that was like a vamo. It's got to mean different things depending on how many O's are in it, how many S's.
I think the size of the pot is obviously going to be a huge determining factor.
Nice comments coming in from YouTube. Adam K says, Joe Stapleton and the other boy are goated. Maria Ho is a goat.
I'm your boy. Stapes, I'm your boy.
Joe Stapleton and the other boy.
Not being funny at my age, if someone calls me a boy, I take it as a compliment now.
It.
Anything above fragile old man is a win. Fronterman has a suggestion. Sadly for you, it is not Chat Pro Saturday. Oof. Could it be interesting with a new seat draw each level of the final table to mix up the dynamics?
It could be interesting, but it sounds not that fair to the players.
That's actually a decent idea, though. I think maybe not when we're playing for nearly 1.5 million euros, but for maybe a smaller buy-in, that'd be a really fun way to mix things up.
Nightmare for editing.
Correct. Weigel opens, Shaw shoves, and Weigel folds. And Carl Shaw holds on to second place on the leaderboard, around 70 big blinds, 18 million chips. Narrowed the gap between him and Simon Wiciak right now.
I guess it's just as fair to the players as the original seat draw, but what I mean is you never get to get in a flow, right? Isn't that annoying when you keep getting moved tables?
Yeah, but that's what is going to keep everybody on their toes. And also, you know, in this situation, we talked a little bit about how it's tough for Shaw, despite having, you know, really nice stack, to have Wiciak sitting on his left. And sometimes you are at the mercy of the table draw in terms of the moves you're able to make. And so I'm not against it. I mean, unless I were the chip leader.
Of course. Then maybe.
Maria's not against it, but as you referenced, Joe, the entire TV production is against it. The tournament staff are against it. So you lose. But thank you for your comment. Seidenstricker is opened under the gun with ace-8. It's been folded to Wiciak in the big blind, who's got king-3 off. And he folds.
I mean, these are very important pots for Seidenstricker.
Yes.
He's the king of the short stacks right now. It's Wiciak, Shaw, and then everybody else. And Seidenstricker at the top of everybody else.
Joe, help me decipher this question.
All right.
Kenpo on YouTube says, are the 7 million real money from their net worth or loaned money?
I think, okay, so what's the prize pool?
10 million.
How much money is left to be... Nope, that's under 7 million. I don't know. Sorry, I tried. It sounds like they're asking a question about, like, how much of themselves do the players have?
That's a bit presumptuous based on the information in that sentence. And the answer is we
just
don't
focusing
know.
on the 3 words I can understand, which is it their own money?
Well, we have gone to a flop here. Carl Shaw raised the button. Zhao Seidenstricker defended his big blind. Jack high still ahead.
Okay. People in chat have figured it out. Someone's confusing the chips.
Oh.
Versus the prize pool. So this is tournament poker.
Yes.
The chips do not have a real cash value. I mean, they technically do, but we're going to skip over that for a minute and just say your chips are like your points.
They're
That's
a way of
keep
keeping
score.
Exactly, exactly. The money involved is prize money paid to where you finish in the tournament. So the person who goes out next gets 300 grand. The person who finishes 5th gets close to 400 grand. So on all the way up to first place, which is 1.5 million. And that prize money has been generated by the buy-ins of all the players. So 2120, 2,120 total entries as advertised on screen. That's 2,120 times 5,000 euros. Folded to Wiciak on the button. He is still chip leader, but only 7 bigs now separate him and Carl Shaw.
Yeah, lost a couple pots just in very standard situations, but so far not really even overstepping his bounds in terms of the hands he's choosing to open with, you know, really just trying to follow the playbook of what you should do as the chip leader. Just hasn't worked out, as his opponents have had hands that they can get involved with.
I mean, this feels like the best seat you could possibly have been given, right? Direct position on the next biggest stack. The shortest stack is in the big blind when you're on the button. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that, does it?
No, and so, you know, I think there's a lot of scenarios where this is going to work out exactly as it should, but also up against a lot of tough players. They will be putting up a fight, but there's only so much you can do.
Sorry?
4
behind.
This will be the 10th hand of the final table. We can see that Weigel and Akkari have almost drawn level now. Weigel playing 16 bigs, Akkari playing 14. Both edging into the danger zone. Seidenstricker on the button, queen 9 of spades. That's a raise.
Was that danger zone kind of like the Vamos, where it's like the quieter it is, the less in the danger zone they are?
It's like I am Groot.
How much is it, please?
3.8.
Well,
3.9.
I don't think that Seidenstricker is going to be able to call with the queen 9 suited, but
no.
Just giving it a little time.
Boy, is Brazil going to be happy / unhappy.
Yeah, calling off this number of chips with queen 9 feels suboptimal. And there's a fold. Cheers for Andre. Anyone?
Yeah, what? What happened there?
Golf applause?
They must be distracted by a soccer game.
I see Kowalski on the rail now.
They've just agreed not to cheer if it's Andre versus Joao.
Right. And Andre has actually moved ahead of Weigel in the standings now. Ezekiel, the shortest stack with 4 million, which equates to 15 bigs.
There's actually 2 exact cheers that competed against each other and canceled each other out for total silence.
Only dogs could hear that one. But no, this really does beg the question, what if Seidenstricker and Akkari go heads up for it all? Or are we just all just going to be quiet? Not a peep?
I don't know. I hope it happens.
Hope we get to find out.
Because I heard 3 cases of Brazilian flags to my room yesterday, and if I don't sell them, I am going to be out a lot of money.
Shaw has opened with 9-8 of spades. Andre Akkari with ace-7 of spades decides not to take a stand here.
Gotta find a way to make money off of this.
Just make sure that guy doesn't steal your decals.
They're trying to make him look fake.
Weigel with the ace-queen.
Yeah, feels like a good spot to go with it. You've got plenty of fold equity off of 15 bigs. And, you know, when we think about 6-handed ranges, then under the gun really is not early position.
Show him you won't be pushed around. Pretend to think about it. Don't burn a time bank.
Xander says, oh no, this pot might get big. Unlikely. But also, what? Why oh no? Don't you want big pots, big drama, big collisions, lots of excitement?
I wonder what he said right there. We haven't seen one of those I'm all out in a long time.
I'd be okay with never hearing that again, personally. But you can really just see how card distribution plays a factor in terms of, you know, things so far not going according to plan for the big stacks. You know, the small stacks having the right hands to fight back with, having the right hands to shove over their opens. You know, a lot of times, if you don't get the right hand, you're just going to see a lot of raise and takes from the big stacks. But so far, that just has not been the case.
This is a fair question from Afonso on YouTube, asking about how many time bank cards each player has. It depends, because, of course, they would have got 6 extra cards at the start of play today. But, of course, any cards they haven't used over the last few days will have gone in the bags with their chips overnight. So some players will have more than others. But yes, we have got this under the gun raise with ace-10, flattered by 9s. Akkari with ace-deuce now.
Ooh, and yeah.
Good fold, Andre.
I think that squeezes are a little less attractive in these spots because you know that when somebody like Simon Stricker calls the opening range of Wiciak, he's going to have quite strong ranges because of ICM. So hands that might normally be 3 bets are going to end up being flats. And so I think it takes a lot of the value away from squeezing with hands like Akkari's because you're actually going to be up against a much stronger range from the flatter. This is an interesting flop.
It is very interesting. Almost a post-flop flip. Top against the open-ended straight draw. Well, Wiciak is now a 3-1 favorite with 10s.
I know it's kind of standard, but what a check back from Simon Stricker.
Wiciak makes a delayed continuation bet on the turn.
Simon Stricker gets to see the river card for way cheaper.
Yes.
Is that it? Is that the straight? 7?
Nope. Board pairs on the river, and so Wiciak is good.
Wonder if Wiciak is going to find the value bet here. You don't expect your opponent to be flatting with too many 8Xs. You know, maybe 9-8 suited, but maybe even those hands pass up again.
Check to showdown. This pot going to Wiciak.
Big one.
Ah, we've got a French rail in the house as well. Now, Wiciak has a lot of French pros as friends, including Antoine Saut, who is one of his coaches.
Ah, il pouvait plus respirer.
Adrien Alain, former EPT champion Jean Monturi, all friends of Wiciak, the former footballer slash engineer who now plays poker.
Hello. Je crois que t'es pas trop inquiet qu'il te bluffe.
So once we're back from Barcelona, there will be a new episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast. We release a new episode most weeks. Interviews, behind-the-scenes stories, your chance to compete in Superfan versus Stapes. Available on all major podcast apps. The most recent episode featured a great interview with Fabiano Kowalski, which is to say he was great, talking about last year's Barcelona final table and talking about the forthcoming Mystery Cash Challenge, which premieres on the PokerStars YouTube channel on Saturday, September 9th. Next episode, September 14th. Available on Apple, Google, Spotify, all the rest of them as well. And, of course, you can download or stream directly from SoundCloud as well.
If things work out, the guest will be someone from this final table.
Maybe Andre Akkari could make his 2nd ever appearance on Poker in the Ears.
It would be dope if Andre Akkari and the winner made an appearance on the next episode of the podcast. And even if it was the same person, that's fine with me.
So, 2 more EPTs after we wrap in Barcelona, today being the last day of this festival. We will be at Cyprus in October and in Prague in December. Those are the festival dates. As far as the live stream coverage is concerned, from both stops, we will stream the last 5 days of the main event. Cards up action from the last 5 days, including the final table. And, of course, satellites running for Cyprus. Your chance to win your way to an EPT with Power Path. If you can't make it, watch the live coverage and of course the schedule for 2024. I don't imagine we'll have to wait too long to find out where the European Poker Tour is going next year.
I really want to answer this question, so I'm going to read it, but I'm going to let you answer it first, James. The Outlaw says, if you could commentate anything for one night besides poker, what would it be, Joe and James?
Yeah, it would be an NFL game.
NFL game?
Yep.
I know what mine is. Wipeout. Oh, my God, would I love to commentate over people getting bashed with gigantic foam balls and falling face first into water. Oh, please.
I would actually love to hear you commentate.
Wipeout, Holy Moly, BattleBots, any of them. America's Funniest Home Videos, something where people get hit in the crotch.
You don't want to do another marble race, Joe?
If it was a real marble race, yes, that would be awesome.
So we've had a raise from Santiago Plant with ace-9. Carl Shaw has ace-jack on the button. Just a flat from Shaw. Now we've got the blinds to act. Wiciak in the small blind has the Grafton, 10-9 suited. Potential squeeze here, Maria?
I think it's Grafton's birthday also, either today or yesterday.
Huh.
Well, maybe playing this in his honor. I think call is a good choice, though. It's just a hand that can flop so well, and you certainly don't want to necessarily play a big pot when there are going to be hands. Ooh! I was going to say there are going to be hands that flat that are bigger than ace-jack, but talk about this big hand in the big blind.
There is a lot of dead money out there for Seidenstricker to pick up by making this move.
No 4 there, okay.
And you wonder if this is the situation where Shaw is thinking, okay, did I, with my flat on the button, open this up for a squeeze spot?
No.
Do you have any white chips?
No, I have this.
It's certainly a spot that,
Not
you know,
from this
for
stack.
chips,
Yeah.
players will take. But with all of the ICM considerations, going to be less likely that it's light here again, especially from that stack. So very disciplined fold here.
The 3-bet also, instead of an all-in, it's just alarm bells all the way around.
Totally.
Fabiano Kowalski, Kelvin Kerber among the Brazilian pros on the rail.
I know I say this a lot, but where the moms at? Last year we had moms on the rail.
It's true, but Brazil is a little bit further away than Italy, so.
You know I'm a huge fan of your mom. I think that, by the way, I think Fabiano's mom might be here again. I think he said she was coming back.
I mean, I can understand. She's happy to stand on the rail watching her son play, not just another random Brazilian.
Who else's mom other than Bendinelli and Kowalski's were
To be
here?
fair, it was only 2 out of 6.
Yeah. Oh, right. Stapes, what about your mom making an appearance falling asleep on the rail?
It's been a while since she's had a good nap. I should invite her out.
No, I'm scared to face your mom. She thinks I'm still serious.
Have you met her in person ever?
No, but I'm ducking your mom ever since that
She would love you.
situation.
What happened?
Don't you remember where Maria just made an offhanded your mom joke to me, and then I called my mom and tattled on her? And I put it on speakerphone and played it on the podcast?
Yes, I remember now. I just didn't realize that she still held that against you, Maria.
Oh, boy.
Hello. Hello. Domination rotation on the turn. Andre Akkari now with 2 pair.
Sorry, Brazil. Yay, Brazil.
And Seidenstricker Bets 375,000. This is blind v blind, unraised pre. Andre just calling. River card is the king of clubs, domination, restoration. Andre counterfeited.
Well, it looks like this pot is going to Brazil.
Yeah, this is very tough run out, but you know, the flop went check, check. So you see why Akkari is going to make the call here on the river, just feeling like perhaps not going to be a whole lot of king X's here. Again, in unraised pot pre as well. So a little bit frustrating, but you know, was behind.
Tough
anyhow
spot for the round.
Oh man, you love to see it. You love to see it. A 5-figure total live earnings.
Yeah, and guaranteed a 6-figure score in this tournament, his first ever EPT main event. But yes, he did with the Sunday Million. Coaches players back in Brazil.
Wow.
As we deal the next hand, and it will be Santiago Plant from Montreal who is first to act.
He was wearing that Cinema L'Amour shirt yesterday. I'm surprised he's not wearing a ballet shirt today.
King 8 of diamonds for Carl Shaw. 30 minutes left on the clock, by the way, until the first break of the day and the first escalation of the blinds. Ace-King for Seidenstricker, raising the button.
Certainly off to a pretty good start in terms of picking up really big hands. Uh-oh.
Weigel has 18 bigs. He has the Spraggy Ace-7 offsuit.
You know why it's called the Spraggy? It didn't work out then either.
Yeah, and it's tough because Seidenstricker opening from the button into 2 shorter stacks than him, so certainly can be wide. It would be very different if he was opening the button into a bigger stack from the smaller the big blind it goes in. It's unfortunate.
He's done a Spraggy. He's shoved with Ace-7 off, and he's walked into Ace-King. And Juppy just confirming the stack size, but Seidenstricker is going to be calling this. It will be a domination situation in favor of the nation of Brazil. There's the call.
Segura. A7 contra A3. A7. Segura. Segura. Pas de 7 et on prend un palier. Pas de 7 et on prend un palier.
Now, I would highlight there is an old adage here in Barcelona that it is always coming 7. Always the prospect of ugliness, but Weigel is drawing thin. Ace-King holding. The turn card. Here's a 4. Just 3 outs for Ezekiel Weigel. Needs to hit a 7 on the river to survive. It's a deuce. Seidenstricker's hand holds. He celebrates with the Brazilians on the rail as Ezekiel Weigel becomes the first player to depart the 6-handed final table. A 6th place finish is worth just over 300,000 euros.
J'en ai 90, 92, il en a 56. Les mecs à ma droite, il en a 65.
And we are down to 5.
Weigel said he was going for it in his pregame interview. He did, in fact, go for it. Got to respect it.
Can't blame him for taking the spot against the button open, and really unfortunate there that it didn't work out. Everybody else secures that pay jump, but still has a lot to be happy about, making final table a really tough field.
A certain number of comments about terrible etiquette, disgusting behavior.
No.
I disagree. I'm sorry.
This is 4.5. This.
Okay.
This, so 5.
Anytime there is genuine emotion, anytime we see spectators engage with the game and see what it means to these players, I'm all about it.
James, I don't want them to be robots, but I also want them to behave with the exact amount of emotion I think they should behave with.
Okay, that's fair. Well, we've had an under-the-gun raise here from Carl Short. Seidenstricker, by the way, now close to 60 big blinds, closed the gap between himself and Short.
Yeah, it's kind of like first, and then 2 players tied for second, and 2 players tied for third at this point.
I'm interested to know, by the way, anyone watching, were you here last year? Did you see the final table in 2022? Did you consider that behavior to be excessive, disrespectful?
Eu não sei quem era, mas no final vai ser caçado.
Eu não era, hein, pessoal.
Wiciak trying to find a spot to get this 3-bet through. Just trying to assert some control, you know, at this final table, even though it's still early going. Hasn't really been able to maintain kind of that control that has really brought him here to the chip lead on this final day. Shot a pretty hand, but is going to relinquish. And it's important for Wiciak to just continue to try to at least maintain the separation between him and the second biggest chip stack, maybe even widen that gap if possible, but also on the flip side, as the shortest stack gets shorter and shorter, the more pressure is exerted on all the other stacks.
I was just about to ask you that, actually. Ooh, haven't seen a lot of sourdough this week here in Barcelona.
Wiciak making it 500K.
Não dava pra chovar 20 mais. Hã? Acho que era muito.
This is in pretty good shape against ace-5.
Tem uma vala sutil, eu poderia pensar.
All in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this hand definitely with that stack makes a lot of sense as a shoving candidate. Again, Wiciak going to be opening even wider than ace-5 suited, but even as you can see, a hand like ace-5 suited can't call
for the worst rail in history.
against 15 bigs.
Worst rail in history.
Oh. It's hard. I feel like, you know, the further away you are from home, obviously, the harder it is to get your friends here on short notice. And even if you have friends in poker, this is the last day. A lot of players have left already, or perhaps they're in another tournament at the moment.
Oh, YouTube's kicking off. This is a serious tournament, not a carnival. Not beautiful, not appropriate behavior of Brazilians.
Oh, wow.
You're the champ. You're the captain.
Do you remember?
James, I'm going to quote one of my favorite TV producers when I say, we have no word for fun.
Come on.
You're trying to look like a gentle little cat saying that, but I have bad intentions.
Yeah, of course.
So we've got 22 minutes on the clock until the break.
Yeah, no, I...
22 minutes till the blinds go up. Right now, Andre Akkari is nursing a 16 big blind stack. Simon Wiciak continues to be the chip leader with just over 90 bigs. Yes, Babank, these clowns in the booth are defending it. And you're banned.
Ah, boy.
Unk.
Oh, boy.
Uh-uh.
Kind of off to the side.
So, a domination situation. King Jack currently crushing Jack 10. And continuing to crush. Seidenstricker pairing his 10, but Carl Shaw with top pair.
Yeah, and this is a spot where I think Seidenstricker will lose quite a bit of chips because you're not going to want to be folding second pair on most runouts, and certainly against this C-bet. Happy to continue. You don't feel like there's a lot of situations where Shaw would ever check this back anyway. So in a situation where your opponent's going to have a high C-betting frequency, second pair quite strong.
Four diamonds on the turn.
And now Shaw definitely happy to target a lot of the 10Xs, some weaker King Xs. He blocks King Jack and Jack 9 and some of those straight draws. I feel like he could have very easily gone for the second barrel there on the turn, but now going to be happy, I would assume, to raise this sizing, especially with top 2 on the river.
2.2 million.
Wow. Little 9.5.
Yeah, quick call.
Was that a snap call too?
Yeah, but I don't know. I think
Show the jack.
Seidenstricker would have actually lost more if Shaw double barreled, which a lot of the times I think he could have.
Okay, so we get the celebration from the UK rail as Carl Shaw wins that pot. Two pair beats two pair. And Carl Shaw is now closing in on 20 million chips, has put some distance between himself and Seidenstricker, quite a lot of distance. But the gap has narrowed between Shaw and Wiciak at the top of the table.
Such a quick tumble there from Seidenstricker, who had sort of made himself a contender with the two chip leaders, and now is firmly middle of the road again. What do you think of the snap?
I think I'm fine with it because when you go for that sizing, you're almost asking for your opponent to raise it. So you're almost inducing some raises with bluffs and with worse hands. And because of that, you can't really bet fold two pair. When you go, I mean, what, just slightly over min? He bet 275 on the river. Certainly a setback, though, for Seidenstricker now, and
a two pair back.
yeah, gonna have to regroup a little bit. Maybe was starting to feel like momentum was on his side, but completely derailed now by Shaw.
We're gonna see the two chip leaders tangle now.
And we saw, you know, not too long ago, Wiciak getting away with a light 3-bet with that Jack-9 suited. This time with the real hand. Shaw folded ace-deuce of diamonds in that other hand when Wiciak had Jack-9 of clubs. Wow, a lot of aces out there.
Okay. You would almost rather not pick up a hand here. You're like reeling a little bit from that last hand.
Right, and when we talk about ICM, Stapes, one of the things that we always say is ICM is a situation where you can actually make money by folding. And so you don't want hands sometimes when you're trying to ladder. And you wonder, you know, you're talking about maybe Seidenstrecker in his head a little bit after losing a chunk of his chips. You know, does he think that this is a situation where Wiciak is just 3-betting light, even when you have the pre-flop opener to act behind you? You know, are you willing?
And the big blind.
Yeah, are you willing to essentially go for it in this spot just because you've got an ace blocker?
There we go.
Yeah.
Andre also out of the way with a jack and a 7.
And this is where kind of a little bit of that leveling war comes into play. You know that Wiciak, to your direct left, is going to find perhaps a lot of 3-bet spots against Shaw. But how out of line do you expect Wiciak to be? If you respond with some aggression, are there just going to be a lot of 3-bet folds in Wiciak's range? And then there's the whole, well, I just raise folded to his 3-bet a few hands ago.
Do it again.
What does that mean in terms of the strength of Wiciak's hand for him to do it 3 hands later? Is it going to be stronger, or is it going to be because he feels like I've been giving up in these spots that I'll give up again?
Is there anything to giving up until the stream catches up and then you can use that information?
Absolutely. I mean, and you already have quite a bit of information. You know, in the last couple days, these players have played a lot against each other. There's already some information out there.
I don't know. You'll see later.
Yeah, you said nice voice.
95 bigs now for Wiciak. Nearly 24 million chips. Blinds up in 15. That's when we hit the first break of the day.
Both chip leaders out. Seidenstricker's turn to open. Ace-8. Andre Jack-10 in the small. Bye-bye. Plant. Yeesh.
Bora.
Water.
Yeah, they nailed the chop pot song. Kelvin Kerber reporting that our performance was really, really solid.
Oh, cool. So is the 1.5 million in the trophy?
No.
That would be fun if we could figure out a way to crack it open.
It's like a piñata.
Mm-hmm. It's filled with euros.
And a Tootsie Roll Pop.
A Chupa Chup.
Those are good. I haven't had those in a minute.
I do like the idea, though, of the EPT trophy being like a Pez dispenser. You open the top and these euros like kind of come
Just
out.
one at a time?
Yeah, no, it's like the bricks.
One
bricks
stack.
of money come out like Pez tablets. Yeah. What the hell just happened, Maria?
Maria's sizzling.
What on earth are you doing over there?
Sounded like I just like cracked an egg in the booth or something on a sizzling cast iron skillet.
This is your brain on Coke Zero. So Plant is limped in, and Shaw's just going to shove on him.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
I got you.
And I think this is why we're seeing Shaw give up on those spots against Wiciak, right? Because he has some of these easier spots where he is able to exert pressure and pick up chips quite easily. So why get tangled in the against the chip leader when you still have other opponents left?
Yeah, no, it was good.
Save that for the heads-up battle.
Like having a pair was not...
Rami on YouTube asked, do these guys have jobs or they just play poker for a living? Yes, thank you for your question.
More than 10,000 people watching on YouTube right now. Welcome. Final table of EPT Barcelona 2023's main event. 5 players remaining, competing for that €1.5 million first prize and the main event title and trophy. Andre Akkari at this final table for the second time in 6 years, opening from the cutoff with Queen Jack. Chip leader Simon Wiciak in the big blind with King 5.
A lot of folks commenting about the amount of some players coughing at the table, and I'll just say this, that yes, we would prefer that people are coughing into their arms or a little bit off the table, but I gotta tell you, almost everyone here has got some kind of cough. I don't think it's one person to blame.
But
it's going around.
To be fair, you know, most poker players, they just cover up their mouths when they're in the hand. So why don't they do it when they cough?
Ah, good point.
They already know the drill. It's their
Coughing's
poker
not a
stance.
tell, that's why. This has gone check, check on the flop. And Wiciak is now going to stab the turn and get a fold from Andre, who does have the worst hand.
Nice answer. I had an 8 and a 7, so suspicious.
3 as well.
Oh, suspicious.
Don't say it.
Suspicious minds.
Yeah, that's true. We shouldn't say it.
Vou esquecer meu vape em casa.
We probably shouldn't say it.
Well,
Esqueci o vape em casa.
everybody
Do
can
enough?
do it.
I mean, like...
Okay, yeah.
Ajustei?
Okay.
Mas deve ter deve ter na frente do cassino tem
I,
outro.
I thought that was like common practice.
Big blind?
Maybe this is too big a spot.
Probably big.
Yeah.
Shaw again passing up on a spot again where he has a very raisable hand on the button with that 9-7 suited, but again, just wanting to defer in these spots to Wiciak, who is yet to act behind him.
I had an ace and an ace. How do you... suspicious. Suspicious.
Bora.
Poker Renegade says if there wouldn't be chat, there wouldn't be commentators. Not strictly true.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I genuinely appreciate many, not all, of your contributions. But I think we could still talk about the poker and talk about other stuff without.
We've never done this without chat, have we, James? Oh, wait, sorry, for the 10 years we did it without chat.
Yes.
So, excuse me.
Yes.
Plant trying to get something going. And so far it seems like Shaw has been the thorn in his side a lot of the times when Plant has been trying to, you know, get to a flop or get involved. Shaw finds a hand.
Andre Akkari, King 10 of hearts. He's down to 10 big blinds. Folds here. Action back on plum.
And I just don't think that this is going to be a light 3-bet spot very often, especially with Wiciak on Shaw's direct left, Plant opening off of around a 20 big blind stack. And so even though Plant might start getting a little bit suspicious, maybe losing his patience, feeling like Shaw's picking on him, he understands that, nope, sometimes even the big stacks just have hands that are gonna get aggressive, and you gotta wait out Akkari there now, down to 9 bigs.
Is this what the kids call printing?
Definitely a few of those spots that have been available to the big stacks today, and when everybody understands the assignment and you're at the final table and you study ICM, then you know that there's just going to be situations where you have to respond accordingly, and might not be the most fun, but folding can make you money.
How much are you playing for?
2.475.
So Wiciak has made it 500k from the cutoff. Seidenstricker checking the stacks of the other players as he decides what to do with 6s on the button. Lays down the 6s. Andre Akkari folding the small blind. Santiago Plant with Jack-4 in the big blind. He folds as well. So Wiciak continues to increase his advantage at this 5-handed final table, closing in on the 26 million mark, more than 100 big blinds. Carl Shaw playing 20 million, that's 80 bigs. Seidenstricker just over 40 bigs. And then we've got the 2 shorties, Santiago Plant with 15 big blinds, Andre Akkari with 9 big blinds. Andre is now officially in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
And again, would highlight that Andre finished 5th in this event back in 2017. Is the same fate going to befall him in 2023? He's got ace-deuce of hearts here on the button. And he's announced all in over the top of Wiciak's open.
And off of 9 bigs actually still does have fold equity, you know, 2 wide opening ranges. And I'm not really sure what Shaw is thinking about here with the Jack-8, but you know, when it gets back to Wiciak, I certainly feel like Queen-8 suited is just one of those hands where you're going to benefit as the chip leader to continue this configuration of Akkari being short. And so even if you thought you were live, you know, just no reason to call there.
Andre Akkari chips up to 14 big blinds.
I mean, like...
And let's relive the moment that we last saw Andre Akkari at the final table of this event.
Yeah, he knows you don't have top range, so like, you never call it.
And Andre calls all in. We are off to the races. Scores are holding, but Andre could get counterfeited here. Andre has to fade an ace-queen 9 or 5 on the river to survive.
It's a lot of cards to dodge. Oh,
it's a 5, and that will send Andre Akkari to the rail by Lachazar Petkov. His best result on our tour, but sadly no win, no title, no trophy.
What's the PokerStars Championship?
It was EPT Barcelona. People saying they could see the old free roll password on screen during that clip. Of course, we don't run free rolls anymore, but we do have the mini EPT low buy-in tournaments with WCOOP tickets added to the prize pools. 2 mini main events today. Oh.
I think this is going to get a call here from the King Queen.
And if Wiciak calls, we will be off to the races, and it will be a race that Andre Akkari will need to win to survive. Did he say fold?
Whoa.
The shove got through?
Whoa.
It's pretty close. I mean, I can see again why he folded, just in terms of just maintaining some of these short stacks, keeping them in. Still benefits the chip leader. I think that one very close. I'd be surprised if King Queen suited doesn't put it in. Going to be performing pretty well against all the ace-X's and small pairs.
So as we come to the end of the level, just to flag, just to highlight once again, the mini EPT Barcelona online series concludes today. 2 mini main events this evening. One with a $55 buy-in, one with a $5.50 buy-in. And in addition to WCOOP tickets added to the prize pool, we are also adding a gold power pass to the prize pool of both. The winner gets a gold power pass in both mini main events, worth more than 10K, could potentially be redeemed for an EPT Cyprus package, so you could win your way to the next leg of the European Poker Tour via the mini series that we're running on PokerStars. Akkari opens under the gun with 5s. Hasn't shoved here, Maria, just a min raise.
I got a question about that last hand, actually. Is that a case of wanting to keep the short stacks in?
I think that's what Maria was explaining, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a reason for not taking what is perceived as maybe a marginal call-off. But again, I think your hand's going to be performing pretty well against most of Akkari's shoving range off of that stack size. I feel like if you think King-Queen off is cuspy, I mean, King-Queen suited should be a call there, I think.
We are seeing the tournament clock tick into the first break of the day. This will be the last hand of the level. And interestingly, Wiciak is calling out the small blind with 5-4 off. Seidenstricker 9-8 of diamonds. And he has called as well, 3-way to the flop. Well, we knew it was going to be tough for Andre to flop a set, but it was not difficult for Seidenstricker to flop a straight. And with the action check to him, Andre continues. I'm afraid these are chips going into the abyss. Not so much the abyss as more into Zhao Seidenstricker's stack.
Quoi? 3 para trás. Bah, il a raison. Hein? 3 para trás.
Okay. I'm all in.
Check raise all in from Seidenstricker, and Andre should be able to get away from this. He does. So Zhao Seidenstricker wins the last hand of the level. And we have reached the break. When we come back from that break, the blinds are going to be 150,000, 300,000, with a 300K big blind ante. Andre Akkari still in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Santiago Plant in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
12 big blinds, 10 big blinds respectively. Zhao Seidenstricker 41 bigs, Carl Short 66 bigs. And Simon Wiciak still leads with 80 big blinds. 5-handed action will continue on the other side of the break. So rejoin us in 18 minutes time. Just the one elimination so far today. Ezekiel Weigel ran ace-7 into Zhao Seidenstricker's ace-king. It gave us the first bust out of the day. It took us down to the final 5. We continue today until just one player remains. They will be crowned EPT Barcelona champion. They'll lift the trophy and receive nearly 1.5 million euros. Cards Up coverage continues on the other side of this break here on PokerStars TV. Would it be a good win if he were to come out on top?
It might cause another poker boom with a name like that.
Well, he has raised his button with Jack-8 of diamonds, and Phillips defends with a dominating Jack. It is King, Queen, 10. So bottom pair for Phillips. Both players with the same straight draw. Good win with the diamond draw.
That's pretty wild. Wow. Okay. That's like a full pot bet. An over bet? Phillips really just with bottom pair, obviously bottom pair and up and down, but it is rather suspicious that Goodwin would bet this much. But I think one of the worst hands he does it with is our hand, Phillips's hand.
Seven of clubs on the turn sees Phillips become almost a 3-1 favorite. And Goodwin slows down, checks. Pairs is 8 on the river.
What a great card for Phillips.
Check to showdown, 10s are good. You
can't follow through.
You can't complain about this one.
Mark shows check 8 of diamonds. Six. What goes to card?
You can tell he wants to.
That was a sick flop for both of us.
How do you escape that one?
What's that?
You escaped that one.
How do you escape starting with the best hand, flopping with the best hand, having the best hand on the turn, and showing down the best hand? How do you escape?
Wow. That was like all over first hand.
Yeah, I almost thought about raise, getting it in.
If the straight comes on the turn and it all goes in and I'm free rolling.
Yeah.
I don't think he cares, Mark.
I think everyone's doing a very good job dealing with Mark Goodwin.
50,000 at 100,000. And Goodwin's going to call here with 10-9. Phillips with Queen 8 of diamonds.
certainly raisable. I'm not sure about the limp with the 10-9. I think you're probably better off just raising it. I don't think you're going to get 3-bet very often.
Raises to 375. Mark call.
So now you don't have the betting lead. And it's much harder for you to rep bigger hands. Phillips hits a pair of 8s. Good one with the gut shot. His pairs are live, but a king on board. Can't look too great. I'd be pretty tempted to take one off here, which leads me to believe that probably that's a bad play.
Mark call, 400 John cuts 3 of diamonds. Contest goes. He checks.
Phillips slows down. Goodwin can take a free card or try to bluff. And does take the free card. Phillips very likely to know that Queen 8 is the best hand now.
Yeah.
After Goodwin doesn't bet the turn. Checks, maybe looking to induce a bluff.
Oh my God, if this bluff gets called, he is going to be so livid.
It's going to be incredible. 1.5 million in the middle. I'd be prepared for this to be just a super easy bet to call too. 700,000, so a little bit less than half pot. I mean, he's probably going to bet his flush draws on the turn. He's probably going to bet a king on the turn. I think this is going to be a lot of bluffs and occasionally like a value cut with a 6. Goodwin has not taken many opportunities to bluff.
The bluff gets through.
Yeah, Phillips lays it down. We just seen him give up on so many hands, and I don't know if Carter's aware of that or not, but, you know, it's a little uncharacteristic. Oh.
Blinds 60-120. Phillips still with the significant chip advantage. 8.6 plays 5.7. King Jack for Carter Phillips.
King Jack. King Jack. King Jack. King Jack.
So raised to 275,000. Goodwin with ace-10 in the big blind.
Fun. Just a call. I think you can 3-bet that hand.
King 5-4. Top pair for Phillips. Goodwin with a couple of backdoor draws, but really just ace high, not much to be excited about. Action check to the pre-flop aggressor.
Beautiful flop.
$310,000.
All right.
Well, Goodwin has called this continuation bet. 860K in the pot. I'm sorry. I thought he called. He's actually raising. He's raised it to 1.16 million. The pot's going to be significantly bigger, assuming Phillips calls here.
I don't think Phillips can ever get away from a pair of kings with a jack kicker. There are some hands you're worried about. King 5 and King 4 are possible. 4 or 5 is possible. And that's pretty much it. I guess it's possible you're out kicked.
Okay.
Also, but just in general.
So with Phillips making that call, we've got nearly 3 million in the middle. The turn card is a queen. Okay, Goodwin picks up a gut shot, straight draw, and immediately declares all in, shoves for 4.3 million.
God damn it.
Just feel like the insta-shove is not value most of the time. I think the only insta-shoves for value are like a set of 4s. And that might even be a mistake.
How much?
4 million.
I think Phillips can find the call here. No re-raise pre-flop. You just don't even... There's just a lack of thought when you move in this fast on the turn. Like you're not thinking about how best to get value. It's just a knee-jerk reaction.
Hey Joe, have you noticed that Phillips has a blocker to Goodwin straight draw?
I mean, I know that, but how can he know that?
Just saying. You know, if blockers were a thing, he'd have one.
Yeah, they're not. They're not a thing.
Okay.
Goodwin trying to get Carter. But
It's
I
so
think...
sick if you just keep flopping that well every time I flop.
Uh-huh. I like how Carter Phillips dates a little older.
I think she's with Mark Goodwin.
That's less interesting. What a 6-spot for Goodwin, by the way. You know you don't want to call. How do you just sit there? You know what? He looks a little bit like Stallone. The worst of the get Carters, I know. Don't just let it roll.
Don't acknowledge the existence of that movie.
Oh. Wait.
This is wild how much think time they left in the TV show.
It's like the sickest thing ever.
Well, huge hand, huge moment.
That's true. Huge, broad shoulders.
Sorry I'm taking so long.
Where's Santiago? Clock?
The worst station ever.
He calls. Mark Goodwin at risk and behind. Carter Phillips, an 86% favorite to win the title. Just has to fade a jack or an ace on the river.
Formulating his rub down.
The river is a 5 and it's over. Carter Phillips takes down the Barcelona leg of season 6 of the EPT. Mark Goodwin, the runner-up. 530,000 euros for the win.
Can't believe you made.
Phillips gets 850K. Is this where the comeback starts? Hamilton is going to be first to act here. Has ace-king. Continues to pick up solid hands. And he's counting out a raise. Opens to 900K, 3X's it again. An ace-queen for Sinclair.
No, no. What a setup for Sinclair.
All in, called, a domination situation. Sinclair at risk and behind. At least he's got a smile on his face. And the way Hamilton runs, I don't see how Sinclair comes back from this.
Come on. Come on, Lee.
Queen. Dominant.
Come on. Come on.
The Sinclair family looking for a queen on the flop. That's his best hope of survival. If ace-king holds, this is over. And Ian Hamilton is an EPT champion. Okay, straight draws for both players. They switch outs.
And now we need a king.
Three cards that Jack Sinclair can hit. Unless we see a king on the river, we have our latest EPT winner. The river is a blank. Hamilton, the hometown hero.
There we go. That's the rail we were looking for this whole time.
Celebrating with his boys as he wins the EPT London 2022 main event. And Jack Sinclair will have to settle with a second place finish. Hamilton gets it done. Goes to commiserate with the guy he just beat heads up. Jack congratulates him and will cash for £414,650. He's the runner-up. But Ian Hamilton is the winner.
Yes. Well done, man.
Yes, maybe.
Someone's going to be making a reservation at Tiger tonight. Welcome back to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. During that break, we saw Carl Shaw on the rail when Ian Hamilton won EPT London last year. Now Ian Hamilton is on Carl Shaw's rail because he's at the final table of this event. Second in chips with 66 big blinds, just behind Simon Wiciak, who leads with 80 bigs. Andre Akkari continues to bring up the rear. He has clung on for dear life for the last 3 days. Just 10 big blinds as we come back from break at the 150, 300 blind level. James Hartigan alongside Griffin Bencher.
Hello, everyone.
An exciting final table so far, Griffin. Just the one elimination, which means everyone has laddered up one spot, guaranteed the better part of 400K, more than $500,000 for fourth, 664,000 for third, nearly $1 million for the winner, 931,000. Sorry, for the runner-up. For the winner, nearly 1.5 million.
That's a lot of euros.
And of course, a place in poker history as the winner of this Barcelona main event. The players are back from break. More importantly, the spectators are back from break. We've got the UK rail over on the left. We've got the Brazilian rail over on the right. I have to say, probably more fans of João Seidenstricker than there are of Andre Akkari.
Come on.
I'm
Can't
serious.
possibly be true.
I'm serious. Where are the team pros at? Where are your Spraggies, your Fintons, your Tonkas? Why aren't you there for your boy?
Yeah, you know, there was so much support for Andre Akkari there on day 6 that maybe Seidenstricker got some reinforcements. Lit the Gondor flames.
Well, here's a hashtag fun fact. When we were down to 32 players, Andre Akkari was 32nd of 32. When we were down to 16 players, he was 16th of 16. When we were down to 6, he was 6th of 6. He's now 5th of 5. I mean, short stack ninjaing is
Why
an art.
won't you die? And look at this. Gets to see a little cheap flop with a cheap little hand.
Yeah.
And so live against the other. Look, he's a favorite, kind of.
Okay, well, first hand back from break, we had the raise from Carl Shaw, flattered by Seidenstricker in the small blind, flattered by Akkari in the big blind, and Shaw has flopped best with top pair. Actually, they're tying right now. Shaw and Seidenstricker both have top pair with a queen kicker. Akkari with the heart draw, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a little interesting, and this is a very risky big lead from Akkari. Quite surprising to me. And as you can see, just a quick raise from Shaw. Like, okay,
and
let's play for stacks.
Has confused Seidenstricker, who has the same hand as Shaw.
Right? 1.2.
1.35.
So I don't want to be results oriented here. Obviously, Akkari is, you know, betting into some pretty big hands on this texture. Wow. And
what does Andre do now? He's got like four big blinds left.
Yeah, I mean, his intention with that lead was to try to, you know, get it in.
So Andre Akkari is all in for an additional 200,000. Shaw makes the call.
Big pot.
Seidenstricker makes the call, and we could have action on the side between Shaw and Seidenstricker. Andre at risk and looking for a heart to survive. Instead, the board pairs on the turn, the jack of clubs. So just to be clear, looking at the percentages, neither Seidenstricker or Shaw can win the pot outright. There's an 85% chance that they chop. There is a 15% chance that Andre makes his flush on the river and triples up and survives.
Oh my gosh, the lead for, amazing. This is a lead for 4% pot? 300K into 8.7 million. And yeah, with that king queen, Shaw just needs to call. Seidenstricker doing some nice price setting, and Akkari knows that is
a terrible card.
Yeah.
So we are going to see a chop. We're not going to sing it because it is a three-way pot, and it is going to result in the elimination of Andre Akkari.
Shaw now contemplating. This doesn't feel like a jack. So I don't know, do I want to get weird here and maybe even just rep the jack and shove? But whatever, he's just like, fine, let's chop it up.
Yeah, they will chop up Andre's stack. He is KO'd. Just like in 2017, Andre Akkari from Team Pro has to make do with a 5th place finish in this Barcelona main event. He cashes for 393,300 euros, and we are down to 4 players now, still in contention for the first prize of 1.5 million.
What a gutsy performance from the Brazilian veteran. And there's the rail celebrating him. I mean, such an easy guy to root for. Hung on for dear life for many, many, many days. Never really got that big stack he needed, but laddered like an absolute pro.
Not yet? What's yours? 600? US? Maybe.
Meanwhile, Carl Shaw is now up to 21 million, playing 70 bigs. Wiciak still leads with 80 bigs.
Lonely big blind?
As we continue, 4-handed action now at the final table of the EPT Barcelona 2023 main
You guys
event.
better watch out.
I think it's fair to say, Griffin, coming into today, that Andre Akkari was the fan favorite.
For sure.
So, if you were on Team Akkari, whose allegiance are you switching to now? Santiago Plant, Carl Shaw, Simon Wiciak, or João Seidenstricker?
It could be any of them. Who knows?
How much are you playing for?
Well, let us know. We've got the live chat on YouTube, the live chat on Twitch. Do your thing.
The Banhammer 8-6 suited here. It's one of the names I came up with for my book yesterday. Because you know you get 86 from somewhere.
Oh, I see.
Yeah? What do you think? Not the best, but it can make it's book worthy.
One more.
I mean, I think you just do a first draft, Griff, then do some workshopping.
Okay. Are they saying baklava? Now I'm hungry. Love a good baklava.
A bit out of tune, but I love the intention.
Ace Queen suited for the chip leader. Wiciak making it 600,000. Queen 10 suited for Santiago Plant.
You know, I'm liking that these guys are smiling in their little avatars, you know? It's cute. It's like seeing the other side of them. I mean, look at Wiciak there. He's just, look at that big old smile. Normally we just see him all curled up and uh-oh. Plante's not going to be smiling.
Oh, call.
Allez les gars, pas de 10.
Santiago Plant all in for his last 10 big blinds and dominated by Simon Wiciak with the Ace Queen.
It's only a 20 big blind pot, but you can see how much it means to the chip leader to get an elimination like this, to extend that chip lead, to get up towards 30 million, some separation.
Oh, 2 spades on the flop. And that means we have the prospect of domination rotation. The Brazilians don't want a spade.
Are they shoving vanilla? Sorry, I'm still hungry.
It is a spade.
Oh, boom.
I'm sorry, Brazil, but what you want and what you get are 2 very different things. And we see Santiago Plant double up there, now playing more than 20 bigs. And the net result, Griffin, of that double up through Wiciak is that Carl Shaw is now chip leader.
Yeah, just barely over Simon Wiciak.
How much did you have? 3 points?
3.3.
3.3. Okay.
So I've learned that they were yelling red, which is also what Sid and Stricker is wearing.
More than anything, they did not want to see a spade on the river, but it was the flush for Plant, who stays alive. And we stay four-handed at this final table.
That's a committed rail. When you're cheering for someone to be eliminated that your player isn't in, they get involved, those Brazilians.
They want their guy to ladder up. Everyone's now guaranteed more than €500,000, but the next money jump is 150 grand. Well, Side and Stricker's back in action. Artisanal sourdough, ace-5 suited, raises to 600,000.
Sourdough.
Pocket fours for Simon Wiciak, the sailboats. Queen, Jack, Deuce on the flop. Four's still ahead.
500.
And a quick call from the chip leader. So aware of the strength of his holding that even though this isn't a favorable board for pocket fours, when you're playing four-handed and the raise range is so much wider. Oh, and look at this, just aware.
How much was that?
Yeah, the bet gets a fold.
The energy in the room right there. And a bit of swagger and showboating there from Sid and Stricker. Now all the attention's on him. I mean, he just pretty much declared right to the rail right there, like that was a bluff.
Side and Stricker clearly with that red hoodie, with his Salvador Dali mask, a huge fan of the Netflix series Money Heist, and the Brazil rail getting behind it as well. I'm sorry that so many people find the rail disrespectful, cringy, embarrassing, unacceptable. Just accept that you're wrong. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, but you're wrong. Bless you.
Thank you very much. Maybe in the next.
Sounds like maybe they're saying like nice fold or something, which is just ridiculous.
Carl Shaw's rail getting on the act. Griffin, have you ever played an LAPT event or played any of the BSOP events?
No.
I can imagine that this is what it's like in every hand.
Yeah,
even
maybe.
Even the start of day one.
An animated bunch.
Just under 7, including this.
Okay.
Raise and take it for Wiciak, who has reclaimed the chip lead, but to be honest with you, they're pretty much tied at the top. 20 million apiece.
That was a cute little clap from his one fan in the rail, though. That was nice.
Yeah, what is it?
Contrast everything else. It was like, good job.
20.9, 20.7.
You know, for those people saying that the rail is cringe or whatever you're complaining about.
Disrespectful.
Imagine you were
Disrespectful is the most common line I'm hearing.
Imagine you were playing for 1.5 million euros, and then all your family and friends were on the rail, cheering for you loudly. That'd be pretty cool, pretty exciting, pretty once in a lifetime thing. In fairness, a pretty good point made by RN Ross here. Rail being rowdy is great, but keep it to your own guy. Yeah, I thought maybe cheering for the guy's elimination card when he wasn't even involved in the pot maybe was, you know, maybe it was a little across the line.
King 7-4 on the flop.
Yeah, Shaw pretty much near the top of his unpaired range here with the ace-10, ace of spades. Going to be happy to continue and happy to see that turn card. More reasons to stay involved. More difficult for his opponent to have a piece now that there are two kings out there. But of course, finding a way, finding a bet.
Well, if there's one thing I know, Griffin, is that the other players love it when these two get entangled in expensive post-flop battles.
And we've seen them. Yesterday, perhaps the most important swing of the entire tournament up until that point, that epic pocket nines versus king jack hand that found 3 bets in on the flop. Just checking. Just checking. Yeah, that is the ace of spades. It is the nut flush draw. Very difficult for Shaw to continue here with hands like 6-8, even 5-6, especially without a spade. You're not really going to be calling this turn, so Shaw is hoping, you know, some ace highs that don't have a spade. If this was ace-10, no spade, would Shaw really continue, right? So it's important to think about what your opponent's range comprises of, and important also not to be results oriented for what he actually ends up having. There's reasons why Simon is barreling here.
Good the Cat says the stage should be quiet so players could concentrate on each other. Mind games are impossible with so many distractions. Hashtag make poker boring again. Shaw wins the pot. Has a definitive chip lead now. 23 million against Simon Wiciak's 18 million. And trust me, the moment that a single player in this room complains, whether that is a player at the main event final table or any of the players in any of the other events playing, if they complain to the tournament staff about noise, someone will have a word with the rail.
But until that time, na 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 na.
PokerStars Strag says, I want to see a Super Bowl with a completely silent crowd. What a great game that would be. Imagine the mind games. Ace-10 has opened under the gun. Santiago plants on the button with Queen-9 of spades.
Yeah, good fold, good disciplined fold. Very playable, Queen-9 suited, four-handed, but, you know, significant short stack here with just 21 bigs. This is going to be a pretty not mega tight, but like pretty strong under the gun raise from Siddenstricker. For him to be prepared to get, you know, I don't think he's looking at ace-6 off and opening under the gun with those big stacks in the blinds that can really put ICM pressure on him. So I think Plant is aware of that and makes a good disciplined fold, doesn't get involved.
Plant hovering around the 20 big blind mark, has folded under the gun. 9-6 off for Carl Short. The new chip leader folds. Ace-6 for Simon Wiciak, now second on the leaderboard.
We saw a 5x from the small blind with the ace-5 offsuit. Now going to mix it in with limp. It's good to have a mixed strategy here. And Siddenstricker waking up with the big papa.
14.
That's not an official book name, by the way. I just felt like calling Ace Queen Big Papa. Maybe Big Mama? Big Mama. There's the raise. 4x, 1.2 million.
And Wiciak is calling the raise, and we go heads up to the flop.
Yeah, we're not here to limp fold aces blind on blind. Just a little unlucky that your opponent has the much better kicker here.
9-9-5, ace queen high ahead, and a continuation bet from Zhao Siddenstricker of 650,000.
It's a little bit too high up in your range with the ace high, you know. Sometimes you're going to get those ISOs with your Broadway type combos, sometimes just air hands that are hoping to take it down pre, maybe a split between one high card, one low card, something like a Queen 4 or King 3, just trying to take it down pre, and then you make your little C-bet. So I don't blame Simon for calling the flop and now picked up some more equity. And Siddenstricker, a lot of the times, might just give him a free card. Hard to fold out better with the ace-queen, and that's why we see the check.
So the board bricks out for both players, and ace-queen high still playing.
This is a little tricky because ace-6 still has a decent amount of showdown value, but with your check call on this board, you can have a lot of, you know, 7-8, 6-7 suiteds. So maybe you do want to consider turning this into a bluff in case you are beaten by a better ace high. I mean, at this stage, you have all the 9s. You know, you could value bet something like an 8. Yeah, I think he's going to go for it. I think he kind of believes that Siddenstricker very possibly could have a better hand to the effect of something like this ace-queen. This is like real high-level stuff, you know. You limp call pre-flop because you think you're probably going to have the best hand a lot. You check call the flop because you have ace high, you think you're probably going to have the best hand a lot. And then you find yourself at the river and you're like, well, he didn't go for it here on the turn, so maybe he just has a better ace high the whole time.
Time bank card played by Siddenstricker.
He's thinking about it. Now, what's Siddenstricker thinking, right? This has to be a stone float on the flop with something like a worse ace high that would turn it into a bluff on the river, or something like a king queen, which I block, or a queen jack, which I block. Would king jack suited even limp call pre? So I think this is a good fold.
And as requested, Wiciak shows the bluff.
And what's amazing too is how confidently he showed that knowing it was a bluff.
Cheered by the French and booed by the Brazilians.
Just shows such an awareness of where he is at in a hand to know unequivocally that ace-6, which is a good showdown hand, that was a bluff, just based on the fact that Seidenstricker, took all that time. It's like, okay, he really does have the ace-jack, the ace-queen, the ace-king. And to show it like so triumphantly,
yeah,
it's just like, this guy knows what's going on, and we've seen it all tournament long, and that's a big statement pot. It was only a sort of two-street pot or whatever, but it was very significant for the flow of this final table.
Yeah, but what you're saying there, Griffin, is you're making it sound like mind games are taking place, and we've already established that mind games are impossible now because of the rail.
And not allowed, yeah. Oh, a cute little opportunity here for Plant to see a flop with the King 4 suited.
Three-way to the flop, which is 9-7-4. So it's second pair top kicker for Seidenstricker, bottom pair for Plant.
Yeah, and I think this will elicit a free card for Plant, which is nice for more equity like that.
Oh yes, bottom pair and a flush draw.
Now Plant's thinking, okay, there's 2.1 million out there. I've got about 5.5 left. I feel like based on this action, my 4 should be good an okay percentage of the time. I don't want to just give a free card to my opponents and their perceived ranges of, high cards. But also, I don't want to bet and get raised or anything crazy. Let's just check this, see if we can find ourselves a spade, king, or 4 on the river. Doesn't happen.
You got some tissues on you? You got any tissues on you?
It's almost unfortunate that Plant finds himself a little too high up in his showdown value range, because you feel like he really deserved the pot more than anyone. We're at a king 3 of spades. Maybe we would have seen 2 bets there from Plant and maybe a takedown, but that pair of 4s, just got to hope it's good at showdown.
Half an hour into this level. Shao Seidenstricker playing 51 big blinds. 4 players remain. A starting field of 2,120. Playing down to a winner today.
To 0.25% of the field left. Is that right?
Wiciak's under the gun open. 600K, gets folds from everyone else.
That means 99.75% of the field. God.
Santiago Plant hovering around 17, 18 big blinds right now. Everyone else, 50 big blinds and upwards. Round to the blinds, the 2 biggest stacks. Carl Shaw in the small with 10-9 off.
Yeah, and Shaw actually really what seems like for the first time on the final table, finally has a chip hedge on Simon here.
Pair of tens, pair of fours. Ilko asks, are the guys at the rail also taking information? What is the delay on this? 30 minutes. And just to be clear, we are seeing the action the same time that you are. The entire video feed has been delayed for 30 minutes, so our commentary is effectively live, and that's how we're able to respond to your questions and comments on Twitch and YouTube. As we see, a bet from Carl Shaw of 900,000 called by Simon Wiciak.
A big bet and a big call. Shaw going for max value.
Wiciak rivers the straight, Shaw rivers two pair, but on this straighty board, I was going to ask Griffin, how comfortable does he feel? Comfortable enough to value bet, it seems. 1.6.
Yeah, a bit risky maybe, but you would also hate to check and face a, you know, bet of twice as much. But he has the straight. I mean, maybe Shaw should have thought about this a little more. Betting so much so quickly, it's hard to really get called by worse with this top two pair.
Maybe Wiciak's a bit concerned about Jack.
Yeah, of course, but that makes me wonder why you're betting this 1.6. If you sort of, you folded? Wow.
Yeah, folds the straight. And Carl Shaw is delighted to hear that his opponent folded a straight. Come on, England, shout Carl Shaw's rail. He's up to 80 big blinds.
Very strange hand there. Very strange river. It did seem quite strong. It's a difficult card to bluff because your opponent has two ways to make sort of a nutted hand there, and you shouldn't really have a lot of bluffs. So betting 70% with top two pair, it's hard to really decode that, and I think that's why we saw the sort of tight fold of the straight.
Plant opening under the gun with King 8 suited.
I started with 5-3-5.
Pretty big hand, four-handed is King 10 suited, but not the kind that you're super comfortable 3-bet calling off a 17 big blind stack with. And despite being out-kicked, this is kind of advantage plant here. If you want to keep telling your story, this is a nice dry board to do it on. You're the only one that can have that super strong sort of overpair range, but yeah, with some tricky players, sticky players, I don't mind. And not a lot of chips to work with, really. You know, you'd hate to just throw out a continuation bet here, and would you look at this? And this is all texture-based behavior, right? Sidden Stricker is going to have more of the 6s and 5s and 7/8s and all that sort of stuff. That's going to be 4-7. So I think that's a good example for people watching at home of, you know, you get dealt a pretty hand like Queen Jack suited, you go three ways.
Andre Akkari now on the rail for Sidden Stricker, and we spoke to Andre after he was eliminated in 5th place. I guess we're going to hear from him a bit later on.
couple of big hands here. Oh-ho.
Oh, wow.
Oh-ho.
Sixes have raised, nines have flatted.
He's lunging, he's reaching.
Seidenstricker with ace-jack.
This is going to be a big pot. And that looks to be about 2.8 million. So this is about a 4.5x 3-bet. And I'm gonna think that Simon is too strong here with the nines. It does feel quite strong to go after the 2 chip leaders as the third in chips here. But nines are just a bit too high up in your range. You call here and the pot is going to bloat to nearly 7 million. But your opponent's still going to have 14, right? So a stack to pot ratio of 2 to 1. I wonder if Simon is actually contemplating just shoving here and making this hand a lot easier. But it's for, you know, 50 some odd bigs. And there is the call. I don't think fold was ever a consideration. So does go the lower variance route. And I think it's good because, you know, you are in position. Seidenstricker isn't always going to always just blast off and always try to rep aces and kings and the like. He's got to play a little careful with Plant in the 13 big blinds. I mean, we're talking about a pay jump of about 150,000 euro.
Well, nines are still ahead on this king 3-3 flop.
Yeah, Seidenstricker might be inclined to...
It's the only card I didn't want to see.
Yeah, continue the storytelling. And made very clear that he was bluffing there, but a small bet.
Okay, well, I teased the fact that we spoke to Andre Akkari earlier. Let's hear from him. Akkari on the rail, and let's hear from him after he busted.
It was like was tough, you know. Like I didn't get any cards. Like was cold deck all the time. I got some hands, but like pocket threes, pocket fives, king jack. Nothing big, nothing major. But it was good. It was good. Like it was fun. I got fifth, like I got in 2017. So like if keep like this would be nice, you know. Next year I'm gonna be here. I take fifth again, so it's good. It's good. It was super exciting. It was amazing. It was amazing. Like here in Barcelona is special, you know. Like the tournament is incredible. The venue is unbelievable. The city is great, and then this energy here. Like all the Brazilians are here, so it's really nice to be here. It's really nice to play the tournament. So next year I'm gonna try again.
Next year, I'm going to try again, says Andre Akkari, as we get an all-in and a call at the final table. Santiago Plant just completed in the small, got shoved on by Carl Shaw in the big. He was laying the trap with Queen's Griffin.
Yeah, beautiful work by the French-Canadian here. You know, it's so nice to get a hand as big as pocket queens in the small blind on a 14 big blind stack and just set that trap for your aggressive opponent. And this is the dream, you know. It's hard to get a bigger, it's almost impossible to get a bigger favorite than this. 90% to 8%, you don't see that. Oh!
Oh, wow. We have got a sweat in our hands, ladies and gentlemen. The open-ended straight draw for Carl Shaw.
Just from no outs to 8, are you kidding me?
Plant is still near enough a 70% favorite to double up here.
We've seen a lot of 27%ers turn to 100 quickly.
Turn card is a king! That is the straight for Carl Shaw, but the board is paired. And if there's a queen, the case queen, or a 10 on the river, Plant can still win.
A 9 and ace too, and we'll be singing.
Chop outs as well.
Are some ways that Plant gets out of there.
Not that one though.
Not that one.
And he gets very lucky. Queens, very unlucky rather. Queens cracked by Queen 9. And Santiago Plant departs in 4th place, cashing for just over €500,000, 511 grand, taking us down to the final 3. That means after the conclusion of level 34, we'll be playing 45-minute blind levels. The final 3 players, Simon Wiciak, Zhao Seidenstricker, Carl Shaw. Shaw, the monster chip leader right now with 90 big blinds. Seidenstricker now second in chips with 70 big blinds. Wiciak, one-time chip boss, now the low man. I mean, not a short stack, Griffin, sub 50 big blinds though.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing about when you come into a final table with such a big chip lead. Oftentimes, all it's really going to kind of quote-unquote guarantee you is being in this position in the 3 left. But a couple things don't go your way. You lose a few all-ins, as we've seen Simon do, and yeah, does find himself in an unusual position. But incredible run from Santiago Plant. Someone that I've had my eye on living in Montreal, seeing him at the casinos, and how he's played and went deep runs in there. So to see him here and perform so well, real tough beat. But that's the name of the game.
We saw Carl Shaw do night dirty last night, Jack 10 against 10s, and now Queen 9 against Queens, consolidating his chip lead. Now we are 3-handed at this final table.
You know, I love to see the camaraderie when we get really deep into these things. 4, 5, 6 people left. You see the big hugs. It's not just one shake to your opponent and sort of a storm off. It's like they're now having life-changing money is happening. They've been through this thing together, this battle royale where each one gets knocked off and they have to sort of say goodbye, and there's a great respect there. So I love seeing that stuff, and it was a great exit for, it might have been ugly to watch, the hand, but I think it was a really cool thing to see, the respect amongst the players.
As we referenced earlier, Carl Shaw is being railed by Ian Hamilton, winner of EPT London last year. When we were in the UK capital last October, Carl Shaw was on Ian's rail when he defeated Jack Sinclair heads up. And confirmation of the stacks, now we're down to 3. Shaw playing 27 million, Seidenstricker 20 million, and Wiciak 15 million. But again, no short stacks right now. This could be quite a long 3-handed battle.
How much you play?
20 million.
20 million?
Yeah, round of it.
Okay.
Definitely a fold on the tighter side from our new chip leader, Carl Shaw, with 91 big blinds. Not mixing in an open with the 9-7 suited. Of course, it is 9 high. Of course, we are now staring at 2 kings, but I think it might indicate to me maybe a little bit of inexperienced at short-handed tournament play. I've heard that Shaw might have more of a cash game background, so I'm surprised to see that fold on the button for sure. I think it's something to keep an eye on.
Around 20 million. And you?
27.
27. And you?
10, 14, 15, 16.
Okay.
Is Seidenstricker asking about stack sizes because he's going to propose something? ...
Carl Shaw has been so dialed in for so many days. We've seen so many great hands from him. But as I mentioned, I'm very curious to see how he fares against these experienced tournament breakouts here. ISOing the 8-5 offsuit here for a little over 5x. Bit unconventional, this very aggressive sizing, and it's the kind of hand that's, I think, Seidenstricker would maybe mix into his call range for 3 to 4x, but you know, getting the full better hand.
Midway through level 34, 45 minutes left on the clock until the next break. Let's welcome Joe Stapleton back to the booth.
Always demanded in my contract that I be present for Threads Up Poker. I'm useless during Heads Up, that's why.
Well, 3 pretty deep stacks, Joe. The shortest stack still has more than 50 big blinds, although, as we referenced a short while ago, once we get to level 35, once we get to the other side of the break, we'll be playing shorter levels, 45 minutes each.
Have they ruined the game yet by making a deal?
No, but the rail has ruined the game. It's made it impossible.
Oh.
It's made it impossible for mind games to take place.
All the people having fun on the rails ruined it? All the excitement, the emotion, is it ruining it?
Ridiculous, completely ruined. So Shaw using the Queen Jack as a limp call, and this is ending up being the perfect reason why. You know, 50 big blinds effective. Queen Jack suited is a very strong hand. It's one you could justify starting things off with a raise here. But when you do that and you get 3-bet by both the bluff range and the value range here, it becomes very tricky at a 50 big blind stack depth. So instead, Shaw is going with the limp call range, limp call decision, and frankly, it's going to be kind of under-repped because of how strong it is.
15 million.
16.
I do hope that Shaw is just sort of balancing his timing and not thinking about doing something weird like turning a hand that flops so well into sort of a bluff with a raise, but it feels, the energy feels, okay, good Shaw.
Got a royal flush draw. What are you doing?
I know. Listen, I'm keeping an eye on him.
All right.
I'm keeping an eye on him, all right?
8 tray deuce, 2 diamonds. I don't think Ace King is expecting this board to hit the small blind all that often. Wiciak continues for 800,000.
Such a fascinating dynamic between these two dynamos. We saw that ridiculous pot on day 6 yesterday between the two of them as the 2 chip leaders with 9 left, just putting in 3-bet and does it again. Buddy. Oh man, these guys are just going for blood. Absolute assassins. This is a significant raise. This is the kind of raise where it's like, listen, if you don't have the goods, the goods, you are absolutely jailed. What are you going to do with your ace highs here, Simon?
Jam and get snapped off by pocket ace.
I didn't make it 2.2 where you could comfortably call. I just made it 4.2x your bet.
Make it 8 million.
What are you going to do with your, I mean, these guys, the clicking wars, it's on.
Max Rad says Wiciak is Billy Butcher. Yeah, I see a little
Still
Carl Urban there, and
still finds the call.
Wiciak stations with the best hand. We got 10 million in the middle.
Judge Dredd, buddy.
Wiciak has just over pot left behind.
You've been judged.
It's the 6 of diamonds. No one's got a diamond either.
No one has a diamond, and
no one has a draw.
There are 8 figures in the middle here. 10 million chips. Dos comas.
If I'm Shaw, I'm terrified that this diamond just peeled off.
I mean, look at the stack to pot ratio here, right? 10.1 in the middle. Just 10.9 the effective stack. What, are you going to blindly just shove into 2 red aces here? You know, it's tough to know what your opponent could have. Oh my God, does he just find like, oh no, it's too tough. It's like, okay, man, I believe you.
That would be pretty funky.
Now, remember the last time this happened, Shaw did not make a protection bet with the 9s, couldn't fault him for it, and the river was the jack against Wiciak's king jack. In this case, very difficult to bet and bricks off.
So it's an 8-high run out. Shaw's queen high, pretty unlikely to be good.
And assuming Wiciak can win this hand and Carl fully waves the white flag, he kind of like waved it a little bit on the turn, but I just wouldn't be surprised if the gear is still there. The head is pumping. See the vein? How much do you have exactly, please? Oof. Oh, he's really thinking of going for it. You love to see it. Street poker, baby.
9.
And this goes back to yesterday, the one that Wiciak got away with, right? Shaw's like, I want those chips back.
11.
I mean, that was a massive pot yesterday.
Shaw's pregame interview, Griffin, he said that he has plenty of experience in high-pressure moments. And he also mentioned that he already had the money spent. That is,
I gave up.
The words of a confident fellow. Ace high is going to take this pot down. Wiciak is going to add nearly $5 million to his stack. Shaw still out in front by...
Very evened out, Joe.
Very evened out. EPT's all the rage right now. We got 2 more of those this year. But in between, Cyprus and Prague is something else entirely.
This is the NAPT, my babies.
Comeback time.
Yeah, we can play for real now.
One time, come on.
Yeah. Hey, Mom, I'm playing heads up on TV. I'll see you later.
Why are you so good, Vanessa?
Congratulations to Tom Marchese. William Reynolds is the champion. Vanessa Selps is the first ever 2-time NAPT champion.
No better place to play poker than in Vegas.
I think I'm gonna have fun playing with you today, sir.
It has been a minute. See you on the strip.
Two questions for you, Griffin. Where's the best place in the world to play poker?
Las Vegas, baby.
Second question. Have you told your mom?
I have told my mom, and she said, what's the NAPT, and I had to explain it to her.
That's fine. That's what we want. Tell your mom, November 4th through 12th, Resorts World, 1650 main event, 5K high roller, and I can't say much else, but there's more surprises. We got more surprises up our sleeves for the triumphant return of the North American Poker Tour. Do you know the NAPT Season 2? Season 1 was hosted by Lon and Norm. Season 2 was James and Joe. And Black Friday happened 72 hours before Season 2 was supposed to premiere on ESPN2, and it never happened.
Oh, wow.
So it feels like a bit of a homecoming.
Yeah.
To be back on the NAPT. It's kind of like Return of the Jedi.
Right.
Because I was a young whippersnapper when the NAPT went away. Now I'm coming back.
Yeah.
I got a little more experience under my belt. It's gonna be a good time. I'm gonna choke Jabba with a chain. Oh, that was Princess Leia.
In this metaphor, is James Darth Vader? And who am I? I'm R2D2, aren't I?
I think this is all over the place now. No, James is not Darth Vader. James is...
Oh, James is Obi-Wan.
James is Yoda.
Yeah, James is Yoda. Okay, you're Luke. Who do I get to be? Can I be Han?
I was thinking more like Lando, buddy.
I'll be Lando.
Right?
Yeah.
I can see you selling me out and then coming through in the end.
Yeah. I mean, it is my ship, Joe.
Was. And you won it in a card game.
Yeah.
Where the best hand is called a straight stapes.
Yeah.
Wiciak and Shaw, button versus big blind. Wiciak, again, with the best of it.
I'm getting a lot of Griffin can be Jar Jar. And listen, we're not doing the prequels, but I also thought of it, I'll be honest.
Isn't Jar Jar the most powerful Jedi in the galaxy?
Yeah, the most powerful Sith. So, Shaw with a little gutter butter. Going to want to see another one, especially with a heart in hand. Of course, we see that. And there's even more equity, and these guys are just going to war.
We got a long-ass straight on the way. It's either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Shaw's checked to Wiciak, who again does currently have the best hand. River, Queen, still has the best hand.
And I'll tell you what, Shaw finding himself with the effectively stone bottom of his range here. Maybe some deuce 4 suiteds would find themselves, in this pot. But 4-5 is pretty.
At that point, I mean, come on.
4-5.
We're splitting hairs here.
4-5 is pretty low in the range.
Pretty bad.
Pretty bad. So when you do find yourself at the bottom of your range and your opponent has shown some weakness, I mean, you'd hate to check here and lose to 9-10 high.
But you will.
But somehow Shaw sniffs out that perhaps this isn't the time to be bluffing this crazy, stubborn man. And with that queen on the river, I think that was a good decision. And now going for some value against, hands like he perceives to be like an 8. Surely an ace would have probably bet the river. And maybe Shaw just makes it 6 million, Who knows with these guys?
That's true. Shaw capable of quite a bit. He mentioned before the start of play today that if he won, he was going to get a bigger house and a nicer car.
That's the dream, isn't it?
It is the dream. I don't know why we act like that's not the dream.
I told you
It was an absolute knife fight between these two guys, I gotta say,
Except when they put their knives down every once in a while and go, hey, what did you think of the slashing?
What did you, how'd you feel about the sort of stab motion I did after the little pirouette?
It's a nice knife you got there.
Yeah.
Looks like it's really going to hurt.
Don't sell yours short. Yours hurt a lot. When you stabbed me there, it hurt.
And just to address the rail, I guess the real question is, how long can they keep that up for?
Yeah.
It takes a lot out of you to be screaming and yelling, hooping and hollering that long. Shaw's going to limp in. It's going to be these two again.
Yeah.
Now, these are the two biggest stacks, but Simon Stricker's not that far behind.
Yeah, and frankly, I mean, he's right in there, but at this point, it just seems like he's the guy going on the couch with the popcorn meme. He's just sort of like, yeah, let's just see how this, see if these guys can explode and give me a, let me count that quickly, 280,000 euro pay jump.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
You know how many Sunday Millions that is?
That's a lot of Sunday Millions.
Yeah.
That's if you won the, that's like half of if you won the entire prize pool of a Sunday Million.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were such big fans with me.
of you.
Isn't Joe.
Oh my gosh. I thought that they were saying Zhao because of his first name, but that makes more sense since you're more of a presence on the tour.
I guess we're going to address this back and forth today because there's some time in between hands. Deja Vu saying, which is funny, what an obnoxious crowd, almost as bad as last year. It's Deja Vu all over again for Deja Vu. Deja Vu, I got to tell you, last year was maybe the most exciting, most dynamic, most fun, most interesting, most dramatic final table I've ever covered. I have nothing but great memories of last year. For you to say that something is almost as bad as last year, you lost me, bro. Heads up to the flop. Side and strickers, 4s are good.
So correct me if I'm wrong here, Joe.
Yeah.
Because I'm wrong from every once in a while. Did Shaw just make this $1.2 million on the button?
That's
correct.
correct.
The pot is 2.85.
That's correct. 1.2
so
was the raise.
So
that's a 4Xer.
Yeah. That is very, let me repeat, very unconventional sizing for this situation. So, like I said, I did hear rumblings that Shaw has a sort of cash game back row. We've seen more conventional open sizes in more like full ring, but maybe, you know, deep stacked, prepared to mix up his sizings, or maybe it was a misclick. I don't know. 4X is not what we're used to seeing.
I doubt it's a misclick.
Yeah.
Shaw's played somewhat unconventionally. Some of the hands he's gotten it all in with have been spots that maybe not everyone else would have. Pots have been a little bit bigger, I think, when Shaw's been involved than some of the folks who we might be used to seeing on the tour. And so far, it's worked out. Wiciak now on the button, going for the more conventional min raise. Side and stricter in the small blind. 3-bet to 2.4 million. And Shaw's in the big with king-9 off. Huh?
No.
We're just counting. I think we're just counting here.
Yeah, we're just counting.
We're just counting.
Right?
There goes the king-9.
So, Wiciak pretty strong here with the king-jack. You know, we are playing about 68 big blinds effective. King-jack offsuit is a very strong three-handed hand. You're not always going to be up against these big value hands that crush king-jack like maybe a lot of the time we would be in a, you know, more full ring environment, even six-handed environment. You're not going to be calling a lot of 3-bets with king-jack off, even in position. But advantage Brazilian.
Best hand stays best, and it's likely to remain that way.
That's the way you like it.
It's exactly the way I like it. I think it should just be a pre-flop game.
Yeah.
Just turn your cards over. I have the best hand. I'm working on a variant where you win the percentage of the pot that your equity is when the money goes in.
And let's go, Rail. So yeah, all you sticks in the mud that are all like, oh, what an obnoxious rail. Side and striker needs it. He wants it. He's like, this is pumping him up. You know, this is the biggest moment of his entire poker career. And all of his friends are chanting his name and making songs. Look at him. Look how happy he is. Come on, guys. This is what it's about.
I got a smile on my face.
I know you do.
Wiciak's got a smile on his face.
Got a smile.
Billy Butcher himself cracking a smile. I don't have many poker fantasies. I really don't have the same dreams of winning a poker tournament the way many people on tour do. But one of the things that is most appealing to me is that.
Yeah.
Is being there, everyone staying an extra day, everyone pumped, knowing that we're going to celebrate no matter what. Having all 4 of my friends on the rail.
And the closest you've come is your mother being on the rail of someone else's tournament and falling asleep.
Correct. That's 100% correct.
Big blind?
Here's something really sad, actually. The last time I won a tournament was a Caesars Nightly, and like me and all my friends entered, and none of them wanted to wait for me. And so when I won, they all like went to party at someone's house afterward, and after I won, I took a limo by myself.
Nobody likes your final table anyway. We're gonna all party at my place. When I won the Irish Open for the final day, all of my friends got too drunk at a very rowdy event the night before, and they didn't show up to my final table. And not even till the time that I won it, but there was this group of
my heart hurts. But
there was this amazing group of like traveling Canadian poker crew, like you know, Elizabeth, June and stuff that you might have met. And so they're all in my photo, and I didn't know them very well, but they're like my crew. There's this huge Canadian contingency, so you just got to find your country mates. That really brings it out in the.
Griffin paid off their houses.
yeah.
Look. Wiciak's bet has been raised on a bluff, and Wiciak loves it.
The black flush.
The black flush.
And look, he's in the zone. He wants to impress his friends. He's like feeling out situations. That was a sick bluff.
Well, he has not just closed the gap between himself and the player in second place. He is now in second place.
He's created a gape.
I mean, it does kind of feel like Wiciak and Shaw are way more interested in each other.
Yeah. It's kind of this like weird thing where it's like, listen, this is kind of a date between the two of us, and then there's just this loud Brazilian guy being like, no, I'm here too.
Believe me, you got to pay attention to everybody on the three-way date.
Oh, and they're like clockwork. And I wonder if Wiciak is going to fold this suited ace-3.
Wiciak has opened. Ace-tray of spades. Two J's for Shaw.
3 million.
Ooh.
He's going to 5x that
Stiff.
raise to 3 million.
Stiff wager. And would you look at that? The discipline of Wiciak just thinking, you know what? I'm last in chips. I am not about to put in near 20% of my stack pre-flop just because I have this pretty suited ace. I am crushed by the value range, all the better aces, your 10s through kings. I don't really think Shaw is messing around here that much. Screw it, I'm out of here. If you'd make it 3.5x, maybe I call.
Nobody likes playing jacks. Arcadia asks, are they allowed to make a deal in EPT? Yes, they are. The deal must be done out in the open. Tournament staff facilitates. They sign on the dotted line. It all happens on the up and official. But Nightbot is correct. No deal has been discussed thus far.
Surprising, right? I mean, this is like, we're talking about a swing between third and first place of, over 800,000 euros. Am I reading that right? 664 to 1 point. Am I math right? Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of churros. Buy a lot of churros with all those euros.
Ace-6 tray. 3 spades. 8 of spades. A key card.
Yes. As they call it in Brazil, a black flush. Almost there.
Once again, Shaw and Wiciak, and Wiciak turns the flush.
gives the 10 of clubs.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
Good spot there. It's like, I know it's king 10 red black.
I just thought maybe it would.
Double check.
2.4.
Oh.
Oh, wow. It checks it and then doesn't check it.
Wait. This is a 1.5x pot bet after the look back at the cards. Yo, Shaw is wheeling and dealing, all right? We just saw Wiciak fold to 3 million pre-flop with ace-3 suited. Here, just an 8-high flush.
River card is a king. So Shaw with showdown now. Let's see if Shaw pumps the brakes.
5 seconds.
Oh no, he's not going to give up again.
I mean, if he does give up, he's going to lose.
I know, and if he doesn't give up, he still might lose.
He still might lose, but he also might win.
I mean, you're betting into the unknown here, right? The only thing Shaw does know with almost certainty is that Wiciak probably doesn't have the ace of spades, the king of spades, you know? Gives up.
Does give up.
Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Look at that. Look at the flex.
And now it's Shaw.
Sorry, Shaw.
Who's lost this pot, given the chip lead back to Wiciak. I mean, these three stacks are basically even. 73 big blinds for Wiciak, 68 for Shaw, 68 for Side and Stricker.
I will say it is a bit weird when they do chants and songs when he's not involved in the hand. Like, that felt like he just won at least a one-street bet hand, but he wasn't even in the hand. And they're just cheering that chips moved around.
I think you got to keep the energy up is the thing.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Like a little reminder, like, oh, we're starting a new hand, and we want you to win. We're still here for you.
Yes, like that.
Yeah.
Just like that.
I mean, my Portuguese is a little rusty, but it's pretty much the gist of what I heard. And there it is again, 1.4x. This feels like an intentional strategy from Shaw. Being like, if you guys want to 3-bet me, it's going to cost you. We're going to play a little bigger bet poker here.
Prepared to pay.
Yeah. You want to look down at your ace-9 and 3-bet? Well, I'm going to make it 1.2. You're going to have to make it 5 milli. You're going to have to make it 25% of your stack. You ready to do that? Huh? On day 7?
We should have like 22.
15 and 6. Yeah, almost.
22. 21.
21.7.
Shaw said he thrives in high-pressure situations, and he is doing his absolute best to keep the pressure ratcheted up.
Maybe.
Keep the pressure.
Probably some you have 22, I have 21.
Yeah, it's very close.
But it's very, very close.
You know, one of the most famous lawsuits of all time is about that song, so maybe avoid that one specifically.
Oh, yeah?
Somebody tried to get away with one, I don't know, maybe about 30 years ago. His name was Vanilla Ice.
Oh, yeah.
You think you're going to win where Vanilla Ice failed?
Yeah, okay, yeah. No, yeah. Oh, yeah, fair. But it does mean that we probably have open season on Vanilla Ice songs because he's probably learned his lesson. He's not going to, you know.
I don't think it works like that.
You're right.
Now, you can probably hire Vanilla Ice to come do the song himself for pennies on the dollar.
Right.
So actually, I know.
See, I'm not good with music law. If we were talking bird law, I would be able to, you know.
Bird law?
Yeah.
That's crazy considering birds aren't real. So a friend of mine was in a fraternity when I was in college, and he hired Vanilla Ice to play the frat.
No, he didn't.
For a frat party. But the deal was, so Vanilla Ice did it for, it was $20,000. But their deal was that he had to play an hour-long set, and he had to play Ice Ice Baby 25 times.
No.
Yeah.
No.
He could play anything else he wanted during the hour, but he had to play Ice Ice Baby 25 times.
And so over the course of 1 hour, 25 times, what, 3 minutes is the song?
Maybe it was like a 2-hour set.
Yeah.
But basically, it was
No
like
way. And he did
Ice
it?
Ice Baby 4 times, then another song. Oh, yeah,
Go on.
he did it. King High flop, 6 is holding.
Your friend hired him to do this? This
Yeah.
is insane. Shout out to Soda Pop 1958. Getting deep cuts.
Shaw taking the early slowdown this time. Wiciak gets the check and picks up a gut shot, but a no good one. All right, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, no good. No good gut shot. Shaw checks. Wiciak checks. River is a 4. Hey, it's one of the only non-scare cards for 6s.
Yeah, and it also makes Shaw have a great deal of showdown value, so not going to turn his hand into a bluff.
Pair for Shaw. And this most recent Wiciak Shaw showdown goes to Wiciak again. Well, these three fellas are deep.
It could have been some crazy flops because if I hit 2-pair and you hit a set, I think, you know.
The old Jack 4-6, yeah, could have gotten.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much all.
Yeah, it would have been crazy if I flopped 2-pair and you flopped a set. Come on, Shaw. I know your banter's better than that. Captain Obvious, Carl Shaw.
All right, take it easy. Take it easy, buddy.
And now Shaw's going back to a min-raise strategy. So it's interesting because of the different hand strengths we saw, right? It was a sort of a 4X with a suited connector. And now the min-raise from the very, very strong ace-queen and getting a nice flop. Shaw's loving this.
What is, what's going on? I feel like they just need to let Joao in there a little bit.
Yeah, well, it's happening.
Invite him.
Joao's in here.
Yeah, no, I mean other than this hand. Side and Stricker. Stricken with the second best hand. Oh. You just had to say something, didn't you, Stapes? You just had to say something.
Carl, my heart breaks for you. Oh, he's reaching.
3.3 meters.
This seems very, very confident to me.
This is a massive bet. And let me just say, okay, let me just put it out there.
Yep, that's your
the
job.
The thing about these leads, right, is when they started gaining popularity in sort of the
early 1900s,
the solver sort of thing, like these leading turns when the middle card pairs, often the times the sizing would sort of be on the smaller side. It seems to be more in fashion these days that the sizing is starting to increase. And, you know, Side and Stricker thinking, okay, if I think Shaw's going to fold all of his non-pair hands anyway, let's go for the jugular. Let's bet 80, 90% pot And hopefully if Shaw does have a big queen, I don't think he's folding here. And look how big this pot is. This is
another 10 million chip pot. 5 on the river completes a potential flush draw.
Yeah, Simon Stricker hates the heart, but does block it, so one less card that Shaw could have, the 7 of hearts. So maybe isn't gonna really be able to go for huge value, but maybe sort of a price set against, you know.
3.3
yeah,
million.
and there it is, the smallish bet.
3.3.
Which
I mean,
something,
how do you fold top pair for this?
Exactly. Something like ace queen will just be too curious about 30%.
Oh my goodness.
And not one that you're too scared of.
Oh my goodness.
Shaw doesn't love it, but the price he's getting, the hand strength, this would be a pretty remarkable sniff out. Do I really think Sidon Striker would just make this 3.3 lead and then a 3.3 river bluff? It's shaking him up. But that count out looks like a payoff. What do you think? Oh, puts it back behind. Good for you, Carl. Think about it, baby.
We have seen Carl reach for chips, only to count them out and get away.
And you see him decoding it, right? He's breaking it down. This guy's seeing a lot of poker hands.
I mean, at this point, Sidon Stricker screaming call.
And the other thing too is Sidon Stricker's been bluffing a lot and then getting that cheering rail, right? And it's a feeling you don't want to have after this hand.
Shaw asking how much Sidon Stricker has behind.
Thank you. That's fine. Thank you. Okay.
I don't think you can try to do anything but call here at this point, right?
5 seconds.
Imagine you just fold here and then he shows the 9-10, 10 of hearts, and the rail just explodes, and what that does to your confidence moving forward. But what if you call and you're down to 13 million and the huge separation that creates? A lot of players would have just called by now. It's a 30% pot bet. But alarm bells are ringing for Shaw. 7 days of being in the zone. Just be right one more time.
No matter what happens here, the Brazilian rail is about to go bananas.
Come on, Carl. Have a go, mate. Let it go. It might be too hard. And 3 time bank chips in, right? Most important situation of the tournament for Carl Shaw.
Shaw puts in the chips. Is going to get shown the trips. Sidon Stricker squeezing every last drop of guava out of this.
Full credit to Carl Shaw, though. You know, an incredible hand recognition there. Getting so close to finding a fold. And he knows how close he was to an incredible laydown, but it's just so difficult at this stage. All that energy behind, all those shown bluffs, I think it really helped Joao Sidon Striker here, and that is a massive chip lead all of a sudden. 95 big blinds to Simon Wiciak, 73, and Carl Shaw's 41.
Shaw not only playing well, put in an impossible situation, but handling this really well too. Taps the table, says nice hand. I don't think that, by the way, I'm all for the celebration. I'm all for everything that's happening. None of it's meant to be in the face of Carl Shaw.
No.
However, losing a big pot, you could lose your cool a little bit. You could choose to be angry with the human beings rather than the situation.
Everything we've seen from Carl Shaw, I mean, he doesn't get phased, man. That pot that he lost yesterday on day 6 between him and Wiciak was absolute insanity and a huge swing to start that final table, and he did not. Listen, the vein in his head is always there. It's not extra popping now. He's always locked in, dialed in. I mean, this is someone that wants the title, and there are going to be hiccups along the way.
Temos 28 ponto alguma coisa.
Oh, and see, right away, Shaw with a massive opportunity to get some of those chips back.
The poker gods are fickle.
Yes.
And the poker gods are random.
And Wiciak with the check back and gets a great opportunity to lose not too much. And Shaw going to go for blood here, I think. You know, really go on the bigger size, really want to charge those turned kings, checked back queens, you know, check backed whatever, pocket nines with a club. They're probably going to call on the turn, and a full pot size bet. And look at that fold.
Wow.
From Wiciak, just
instant,
seeing through the mist. I mean, you have top pair on the flop, queen nine, and the guy comes out blasting, and you say to yourself, you know what? Carl Schur's the kind of guy, if he's betting pot on the turn here, he's betting pot plus on the river, and I'm not prepared to call with this hand, so I'm out of here now. Let's keep him down at 13.5 million, and I can chill out over here with 20 plus.
I want to read this comment from Kike Gomez, who says, have no disrespect to the adversary of your virgins. We're just celebrating. Think about that for a second. Have no disrespect to the adversary of your virgins. We're just celebrating. Couldn't have said it better myself.
So wise. Much
King,
brave.
Queen suited for Carl Shaw. $1.2 million, another 4Xer.
Yeah, blind on blind, this is going to be a bit much more standard to go with this sizing, and Wiciak, you know, maybe the kind of hand you would complete to a min raise from the button, but 4X from the small. Yeah, you can have it, Shaw.
Wilson FPS on Twitch asks, did they deal? Yes, every single hand.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your question.
They've been practicing these songs for months. You know, if a Brazilian gets to the rail, we gotta be ready for regionals, all right?
They're like Bebe's kids. They don't die, they multiply.
Cute little limp. And this is the kind of need to expect this is going to be the way things are going to go for a little bit if Shaw remains as significant a chip deficit to the other two. Is that
less ham-fisted raising when he's
well,
not in the
Wiciak
hand?
needs to kind of pay fealty to the new. Listen, the crown is now on his head.
Okay.
He has position on him. There's a lot of pressure he can put on him. It's Wiciak's job to stay ahead of Carl Shaw. And, you know, obviously a hand like ace-9 suited, you're never folding, but we're going to see a lot of limp folding from weaker hands from Wiciak. And some really aggressive play, I think, in these blind-on-blind situations from side and striker. Just so much pressure you can put on your opponent.
Here we go to the flop. 9 in the window,
Oh.
9 behind it, and top pair again, trips. How many hands have we had trips versus top pair in the last 3 of the last 4 hands? Quick check, check.
Yeah, and look how quickly side and striker thinks, okay, I'm not, you know, even though I have the hammer, I'm not going to get myself in a situation where I find myself getting check raised here. I'm never getting more than 2 streets of value anyway. Let's under-rep this jack and get value later or pay off a 9 if somehow he has it.
Wiciak now going for a little value.
Yeah, more than a little. I mean, this is 70% bet here. This is targeting all that stuff that would check back and then call on the turn, which is exactly what Side and Stricker have. These guys are in the zone, man. They really know what they're doing. They really know how to minimize losses when they get coolered the way Side and Stricker is. And with a river like that, depending on the bet size.
Everyone's been coolered, right? In all these tops pair versus trips, someone's been on the winning end.
But you see how quick, how these players are able to sort of cut through the weeds and find folds sometimes, big folds. We saw that Queen-9 fold from Wiciak just a hand ago. Can Side and Stricker do the same thing facing a, 3 million chip bet or whatever it is from Wiciak here? Again, going to have to size down a little bit with that heart on the river.
20 seconds left on the level.
But could
probably
go
gonna be
a little bit bigger, actually.
Last hand.
Because, Side and Stricker not going to be checking back.
4 million.
Insta checking back, flush it draws on the flop very often, right? Going to at least think about betting and probably bet most of the time. So Wiciak, even though this river has created a flush, Wiciak isn't really worried about it, right?
Once again, top pair in a very tough spot. Top pair no good.
Very tough decision here.
Forced to go into the time bank. Suha, next break is right now. As soon as this hand is over, we're taking a break.
Now, the hearts have come in, right? So if Wiciak was semi-bluffing on the turn with a hand like 10-7 of hearts or 7-8 of hearts. Oh, my God, and finds the fold.
Side and Stricker getting a round of applause from his rail. Wiciak getting a round from his. Neither rail knows.
He's not going to bluff, he's saying, yeah.
What really went on there?
What a fold. Just top class stuff.
What a battle we have here, three-handed. The chip lead changing hands multiple times so far. And these are the chip counts headed into the next level. Before we go to break, we're going to take a look at the eliminations so far today. Before we saw that celebration, we saw Ezekiel Weigel out in 6th at the hands of Side and Stricker. Next was Andre Akkari, who seemingly laddered up from like 30th place to get here, cashing for almost 400K. And our most recent elimination at the hands of Carl Shaw was Santiago Plant, who cashed for over €500,000. Threads Up action continues. More from PokerStars TV in 20.
Call. And Shandako, replay.
So Pantaleo's opened under the gun with ace-king. Puchkov in with ace-queen. De Vries calls with 3s and flops a set.
Shander to 3s. Ace-king drawing stone dead. We're about to find out just how invincible Giuseppe Pantaleo feels right now.
Answered in pass. Shanda raise.
Raises to 525,000.
I don't know what I think about this raise. I think it's pretty tough to get a call from ace-king, or any hand that whiffed entirely.
Yeah.
But well done. It happened.
Giuseppe call, 525. Turn card, deuce of spades.
I'm so glad that we still have that alert for the change in blind levels to ruin the tension of dramatic poker moments.
Here comes the rest. It's a little bit more than pot.
De Vries all in for 1.7 million.
Giuseppe plus and Sander wins again.
So Sander de Vries gets the fold. Has 3.19 million.
5,000 blinds, 40 and 80,000.
And the blinds are going up to 40,000, 80,000. Okay, this next hand you may have seen before. It's quite a significant one.
All right. Good chance I don't remember it anyway.
Giuseppe Pantaleo on the button with Jack 8. Definitely would describe this as one of the most famous hands in EPT history. As Pantaleo raises to 165,000, action on Jesus Cortez Lozano in the big blind, who's got Jack 10.
Seems like a fair defend. Lozano running fairly hot so far.
Queen 6 deuce. So both players whiff. Lozano checks the action to the pre-flop aggressor.
Seems like a pretty standard spot to c-bet. Oh, okay.
Board pairs on the turn, puts a potential flush out there. So with no c-bet from Pantaleo on the flop, Lozano leads turn for 230k. Pantaleo calls.
Well, yeah, this leads me to believe that Pantaleo is going to make some kind of move on the river because you can't possibly think you have the best hand.
Well, with the board now double paired, you will note that they are both playing queens and deuces with a jack kicker. This is going to be the type of pot that everybody loves. Although, as Lozano has bet 330,000, Pantaleo did not call hoping to hit something on the turn. He is going to bluff this river, raising to 790,000.
How much?
790.
This is really weird because Pantaleo did not c-bet the flop, right? You'd expect him to c-bet with clubs, with a queen. The only hands you wouldn't expect them to be any c-bets would be
Lozano calls, Pantaleo mucks. It should have been a chop.
Oh, man. Do you think he knows?
Yeah.
Probably.
I had the jack high too.
Yeah, I saw it.
You saw it?
Lozano
Oh
showed.
my. Oh, he showed too? Oh my God, how do you recover from that? Oh no, I mean, I understand it because you never expect you're gonna chop with jack high there.
He mucked his hand. That's why it's not a chop. He surrendered. He threw his cards face down into the muck. Lozano, as the last player with cards, which he showed, automatically wins the pot.
Oh man.
Raise to 160 from Ken.
Kent Lundmark,
who has raised to 160,000 with ace-jack. Puchkov has flatted with sevens. De Vries calls with king-queen. Pantaleo must be on uber tilt right now, has fours in the small blind.
do we just want to say that that Cortez deserved that pot for making the call with jack high?
Yeah. Thor Stang is in as well with 5-4. We are going 5-way to the flop.
Thank you.
And that flop is ace, 5 deuce with 2 diamonds. This is a very Kent Lundmark flop.
This is messy. Hey, remember how I say like early day coverage because of multi-way action?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Interestingly, Pantaleo has decided to lead here with pocket fours. I don't think it's going to work out for him.
I mean, this, look, I don't want to read too much into it, but this is the kind of play you start to make when you're rattled, right?
Okay, let's call.
You just start acting goofy.
Pantaleo does not improve on the turn.
It might be compelled to fire again. Nope, all right, fair enough.
And Kent Lundmark checks behind. River is the 8 of clubs. Lundmark has a lock on this.
The Lundmark check mark.
Check. And check showdown.
Gets checked to showdown.
Shows a pair of fours.
And
doesn't
more
muck this
chips
time.
Are gonna slide away. Just in case. Yeah. The smile with like the rocking in his chair like that leads me to believe that he's losing his marbles a little bit. Yeah.
So Pantaleo has lost the chip lead, started with 6.4 million, down to 2.5 million. Kent Lundmark now playing more than 4 million. Pantaleo has opened with ace-7. Puchkov has ace-5 suited in the big blind. He calls. Queen 10-3. Normally, my reaction to the toothpick would be, nah. But Konstantin Puchkov, the Russian Carl from up, is kind of making it work.
I will allow it.
260. Outstanding call.
260k apiece. Wheel draw now for Puchkov. Pantaleo still with the best hand right now. And there is the wheel. Runner, straight cards for Puchkov.
Toothpick tell time. Yeah, you're right. It really does mess with things, doesn't it?
Small blind 400, big blind 800, running 100. Jump up and deal, please.
Puchkov betting 760,000. Now would be a bad time for an ace-high hero call.
I mean, does Puchkov really look like the bluffing type? Well,
I mean,
yes.
I think Pantaleo has very much lost his mojo.
Yeah.
Along with a significant percentage of his chips.
You know, when I think river full pot bluffer, I don't often think of a guy with his glasses on a chain.
Pantaleo down to 1.26 million. Came into the final table as the big chip leader. Now one of the shortest stacks, and now finds himself all in with ace-10. Does have Xander de Vries dominated, but Pantaleo is the at-risk player.
And this would be a very sad ending.
And the flop comes 4, king.
There is a 4 on the flop.
Giuseppe needs to catch his 10 to steal.
Pantaleo looks so despondent.
Miserable.
King
I guess that helps a little.
Yeah, an ace or a 10 would save him. It's the ace.
Yes!
Barry Greenstein.
Sorry.
Risha stuck to de threes.
It's what, nothing against
No,
you,
good day.
So just checking the advertised payouts. Second place, 525k. The winner, 825. And Mark with ace queen, Lozano with king jack.
James, any recollection as to how long this heads-up match actually went?
I don't remember it that clearly.
880.
I don't recall it being an epic heads-up battle. I remember the final table being quite meaty, but I don't remember the heads-up going on forever.
Well, it feels like it's going to be relatively short on TV if ace-queen holds.
You think it's going in here?
I don't know if there are 20 needs.
I mean, Lozano 3-bet to 880, and he had a total of 5-something, right? So I don't see why.
Yeah, Lundmark
just
shoves.
doesn't shove. Yeah. Oh, man, look at that rail.
And Lozano calls, yes, this could be it. Kent Lundmark, a 2-1 favorite to win the Barcelona leg of Season 7 of the European Poker Tour.
Let's see the flop count
997, ace high still good. Lundmark now nearly a 3-1 favorite. Lozano needs help. King or a jack required.
You're just like, please, just pair me one time.
It's a 5 of spades.
Same outs required. 6 cards that Lozano can hit to survive. If Lundmark fades a king or a jack, he's the champion.
Strike 1 on the flop, strike 2 on the turn.
Let's see the river card.
The river is an ace. Barry Greenstein. We have a winner here in Barcelona. Joe, tell us his name.
Ken Lundmark.
The Swede
There it is.
takes it down for 825k.
Oh, my God.
Welcome back to Barcelona in the year 2023. The PokerStars European Poker Tour has returned to the Catalan capital, and we have reached the final day of the festival, the final day of the main event, where 3 players remain at the final table. It is João Seidenstricker from Brazil, who has the chip lead right now, ahead of Simon Wiciak, ahead of Carl Shaw, who's currently the shortest stack with 35 bigs at the new blind level, 200,000, 400,000, with a 400k big blind ante. And now we are down to 3 players. They are all guaranteed 664,750 euros. The runner-up will get more than 931,000 euros, the better part of $1 million. And there is a first prize up top of nearly 1.5 million. James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
And what is happening here, Nick? Seidenstricker has gone mask on, hood up. He's going full money heist.
This is incredible stuff. Love to see this. Bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao.
João Seidenstricker, part of Fabiano Kowalski's Samba poker crew. Kowalski on the rail. Obviously, he was at this final table last year.
He was indeed one of the most fantastic EPT moments I have ever commentated on. His king-high call at the final table to eliminate a player honestly brings a tear to my eye every single time. Just absolute magic here from Barcelona.
So Seidenstricker's back in his seat. Wiciak is AWOL. Shaw is AWOL. And we've referenced a few times, Nick, that Carl Shaw is being supported here in Barcelona by a player who's been at an EPT final table. It was the winner of London last year, Ian Hamilton. They've switched places. Shaw was on Hamilton's rail, now Hamilton is on Shaw's rail.
Just amazing stuff. What a fantastic year for those guys. I think it says a lot as well, James. People often ask me, you know, how do I improve at poker? And I think surrounding yourself by people who are as equally dedicated to the game as yourself is just a known, tried and tested strategy. I know so many sort of crews that have been working together to elevate each other's games. They can ask each other from a valid source if they think that certain moves are good or bad or how they might adjust. And I think at some stage you've learned as much strategy as you can, or you've packed as much in on your own as possible, and then you have to go and seek others and try and get their ideas to elevate it to the next level. And that's what we're seeing here. Samba obviously represented, Carl Shaw and his crew represented. This is really cool stuff. I'm so excited to see a rail forming here.
Well, Seidenstricker is a former Sunday Million champion. He's a poker coach as well as a poker player.
The break is over! The break is over!
See, the rail is serving a very functional purpose right now, reminding the other 2 players that the break is over and they're meant to be at the table. Those other 2 players being Simon Wiciak, the former footballer and engineer, who is being railed here in Barcelona by Antoine Saut, and Carl Shaw, who won a World Series bracelet back in 2019 in a 5K event, just over $600,000.
Yeah, I'm loving this energy, James. I feel like if I was at that final, the anxiety would, of course, be high playing for such high stakes. But having your friends there to elevate the mood and actually just alleviate some of that tension, I think is cool, too. Gives the opportunity to just play your game and kind of reminds you are playing a game and not everything needs to be the end of the world. Lets you chill out and just focus on the moment and not get too in your own head. Where's this guy from again, James?
Brazil.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's play indeed. Looks like Shaw's ready to go. Where is Simon Wiciak?
Let's go, Carl. He's usually so stoic. He's absolutely jazzed to be here, guys. Love to see that. Love to see a softer side of a very intimidating poker presence.
Finally. Oh. Interesting. The three players caught up during the break and have decided they want to look at the numbers. They want to negotiate a potential deal.
That's fine. 45-minute blind levels from now.
Well, that is going to require the presence of tournament director Toby Stone and his laptop. I noticed that Shaw said ICM. They specifically want to look at ICM numbers now.
Yes, exclamation mark ICM in Twitch chat if you want an explanation about what that means. Much better than I can do. But essentially, what they're going to do is take a look at the current chip stacks and how they relate in terms of portion of prize pool that is allocated to those chip stacks, including their ability to actually dominate other chip stacks. So including the sort of estimation of their ability to a big stack being of greater value than a short stack, for example.
We'll talk more about that when Toby Stone arrives. And of course, just because they're going to look at the numbers doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to do a deal. While we're waiting for Toby to arrive, let's hear from Zhao.
It's amazing. It's a feeling that I never had felt this way. I had played tournaments for a long time. I had win some big tournaments. I have a history in poker, but this to me is amazing. I never been so close to so big.
What would it mean if you won this tournament here today?
Would mean a life-changing tournament, I guess. People would see me different, maybe. It would be harder to play some games because people know a little bit my game more, a little bit more about my game. It would be crazy.
Would have been helpful if they mentioned it at the start of the break, rather than when they came back from break.
Yep.
Toby's here, but Toby, where's your laptop?
Toby, this isn't going to work without your laptop, buddy.
Oh, he's getting the chip counts, then he'll go and put them in, and then he'll bring back the information. He knows what he's doing. This will be a smooth and controlled process.
Give us a minute.
Yep. Done this many times.
So
I don't know which one's which.
We've obviously got the chip stacks, Nick, and obviously we confirmed the chip counts during the breaks. We've got accurate numbers. By our calculations, bear in mind they have to set aside 10% of remaining. Right, they're going to have to play this out, even if they agree a deal. The trophy, the title, 10% prize money still has to be played for. If they did chop the remaining...
I don't play online. Do it live. No. Don't play online. Okay, don't play online.
ICM numbers would be around 1 million each for Wiciak and Seidenstricker, with 900K for Carl Shaw.
That's a very, very cool prospect. And of course, playing for that percentage that has to remain, that means if Carl Shaw wins it, does that mean we have 3 millionaires potentially made?
Or remember, it's 10% remaining. So how it works is you first of all award third place prize money to all three players, and then you carve up the rest.
Right, you are. I mean, obviously, guys, deals are a part of the game. I'm all for it. I think this is fine in such a big moment like this. These guys want to take some variance out, having battled for so long to find themselves at the EPT final table. So doing a deal seems to make sense. But James, I always say it every single time we get to this point, we start talking about deals. That trophy is worth more than just the trophy and the glory. It also has potential value moving forward as well if you want to get staked for higher events.
That's true. Toby's back with the laptop. We'll have the numbers now.
So first of all, if the deal could be done here at the table rather than you go over there, if you could talk about it here. If you want to bring one person from there to here to help you, that's fine, but it has to be only one person.
Antoine Souk, Fabiano.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just guessing that those would be the people they'd call on.
Bring one person over.
Oh, look, there's Antoine Souk and Fabiano Kowalski. Never would have thunk it.
Ele falou que podia chamar uma pessoa cada
Okay. And please stay here, okay? Don't go to the rail. All right, so basically, You're all guaranteed third place. So this is what's remaining. This is three of you, all three of you paying 664,750. We take three of them off the total price pool remaining. And this is 10% of that. So that's what you have to play for.
Okay.
You can increase that. You can increase it, but you can't split it. Okay, so that's what you have to play for. Or more, and I can change that number if you decide to play for a little bit more.
You can split to second and third?
No, because that's not the same. Yeah, so then these are your chip counts.
But how many, how much I am winning with this?
I'm going to show you in a second, I'm just explaining. All right? So that's what you have to play for.
Listen to Toby.
Then this is the seat order by your names, they're your chip counts, that should be correct. And then here's your deal. So it's Carl John, this amount, Simon, this amount, Joe, this amount. Plus the winner gets the 108. All right, guys. Listen, I'm going to give you a few minutes. If you can't make a decision in a short amount of time, I'm going to be pressuring you for a decision. Okay, so we get moving. So they're the numbers, guys. Take a look, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, so you're right, Nick. The 10% remaining is around 100K.
Oh, okay.
And I did see the numbers there, and it's more than $1 million for both Seidenstricker and Wiciak, and it's around 900K for Shaw. So you're not wrong. If Shaw were to win, all three players would get $1 million.
I mean, honestly, I feel like that is such a testament to EPT. Prize pool so massive. If we could crown one champion and make 3 millionaires, I feel like that's a great story. I feel like that's great for poker. It's great for these guys. I mean, you know, getting $1 million score is something very few people have done on planet Earth.
Now, of course, there is always room for negotiation. If someone feels they should deserve a little bit more, if someone feels they have the edge, that's when things could start getting, dare I say, ugly.
Yeah, ugly indeed. And now, just looking at stacks here, Carl Shaw with about 33 bigs. Simon Wiciak with about 58. Seidenstricker with about 63. This is a great deal for Carl Shaw. He's not miles behind, but he is behind in big blinds and chips, and I feel like taking a deal here just makes so much sense for him if the others feel like that's appropriate. I don't know if anyone has a particularly huge edge here, James, and that's something you need to consider when you're agreeing to deals, right?
Non, c'est aussi avec toi, parce qu'on est ensemble à faire le truc, toi dans l'aventure. Moi, je sais que ça peut aller. To me, that's okay. That's okay so far.
Is Seidenstricker telling the others he's on board? By the way, it is Yanis Leperis who is Carl Shaw's number 2 here.
Yeah.
100% happy because I know that with 4 chips I can put some kind of pressure. I know that I study a lot, but I am abdicating a little bit of it about being bigger to make this deal. I think it's okay to me. I think it are pretty nice numbers to everyone, and we're still playing for someone. So much. Are you okay?
Yeah, I feel like
we are okay.
So you two are okay for this deal?
We are agreements. We did the agreements.
So all three of you are okay with this?
Yeah.
Sorry, excuse me? Just, they're telling me you're okay?
So, yeah, I was thinking about putting a bit more at the first place.
Put a little bit more.
I can increase 15%. I can increase that number.
I'm happy with it. And
I don't want.
I'd like to keep it as so it's around 900. We put more on first.
In the first place, that my number is less than 1 million. I can put like 48.
Okay.
I won't put more than that.
Can you put 15% for the first place to see what's happened? Please. Il est d'accord, le Brésilien, si au moins il est assuré d'1 million. Quand on met 15% à la gagne.
So Wiciak wants to leave more prize money still in play. He wants them to go for 15% of remaining, not 10.
So I don't know how I feel about that, James, because the benefit of doing ICM is that we give people the ICM value of their current stacks, and the more money that goes into the actual played for fund is actually giving the bigger stacks the ability to benefit more frequently, right? As a larger stack, you're going to be able to apply more pressure. As a larger stack, you actually have more of the chips required that you have to win in order to take the tournament down. The greater the played for fund gets, the closer we get to just playing it out and the less value you get by agreeing to a deal if you're one of the shorter stacks. I think, at least, that's my perspective.
No, you can put on 50.
I put 150 here.
Okay, 150.
Just to see what happens.
50, 1, 2, 3.
And see what's going to be the...
There you go. Still doing
And if you want, you still have more than 1 million.
Yeah.
It's 150 for first place. You have 1 million.
What was the other number before? Sorry.
You had like 10, 15K more. You're putting 15K and putting 15K, and he's putting 50K.
If you want, you have 30K more.
No, we can just play on if you want. I don't know why we're changing it.
Yeah, changing a little bit,
To have a little bit more at the first place.
It's like everyone putting 50K to play.
This is fine. I'm happy to leave it out as 10%.
You prefer like that?
Yeah, I think he's doing the right thing here, James.
Let's flip a coin. One prefer like one way, I flip a coin.
He prefers this for 110 with this deal. He doesn't want to go to 15%.
You can go as you want. You okay with this? You okay with this?
Yeah, nicely negotiated there for Shaw.
He doesn't want to go 15%, he wants to go...
I'm not sure the rail are helping right now. Guys, math is hard.
Can he decide between the two?
No, he has to agree.
So just to be clear, they have agreed to do the deal playing for 10%, right?
Yeah, okay, we're okay with this deal.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
First deal, yeah?
For 100K, right?
Deal.
Well, 108.
108K they'll be playing for in addition to the title and trophy.
I think Shaw's done the right thing there. As I mentioned just now, it just benefits him to keep the numbers as they are. As the shortest stack, I don't think it benefits him to gamble for more.
Well, the Brazilians are justifiably celebrating. Their boy, Kjell Seidenstricker, is now guaranteed €1,048,550. Simon Wiciak has locked up €1,025,400. Carl Shaw is guaranteed €901,070. And the winner will get an additional $108,975.
I mean, James, so rarely as a professional do you get the opportunity to get a 7-figure score, and at least 2 players, potentially 3, will be getting their 7-figure score here in Barcelona.
Have a secretary and he have a kid with the secretary and he don't want to assume.
Et 100K à la gagne en plus.
Deal agreed, numbers confirmed. We've made at least 2 millionaires in this event.
So is it just first place, yeah, we're playing for?
First place,
Kjell Seidenstricker gets just over $1 million. Simon Wiciak gets just over $1 million. Carl Shaw gets 900K, but if he wins, he'll get just over $1 million.
So, James, effectively, this has become a winner-take-all, as Shaw just pointed out, right? Because we're only playing for first now. Everybody's locked their numbers. I think it's really smart that you bring in a 3-handed winner-take-all specialist for this segment of the show, James. Well done.
It was by design and not coincidence.
I mean, guys, it's a spin and go. It's a spin and go.
So, to be clear, I know that we have people watching who do not like deals, who find it an abhorrent part of tournament poker. They are a reality. For as long as the players are entering these tournaments with their own money and generating the prize pools, they should have a say in how that prize pool is distributed. The final thing to say is, deals happen in every poker tournament around the world. And I know that there are tours, I know there are live events that say, we don't allow deals. Guess what happens? When the tournament staff don't oversee them, don't orchestrate them, and don't sign off on them, they get done in back rooms, in men's rooms. People get screwed over.
Yeah.
Things get nasty. If they're going to happen, this is the way they should happen. Out in the open, transparent, we see the negotiations, and the numbers are signed off by the players in the presence of the tournament director.
Yeah, absolutely. This is how it should be done, for sure. Don't want it to be a shady situation. For too long, poker has had a shady, this is a game played in back rooms kind of situation. It's a proper game that is enjoyed by respectable people now. And I think that it's really good that we have it all out in the front, front of house, and we can just discuss it properly and make sure it's done the way it should be.
And to pick up on your point, Glenn Toll, when you say deals are good for the players but terrible for the audience, These guys are playing for 100K extra and an EPT title and trophy. That is a not insignificant amount of money, plus a place in poker history. If you're telling me you wouldn't take playing for 100K seriously, I'm sorry, I'm just not going to believe you.
Yeah, that's just a silly thing to say. I think everyone needs to remember that 100K is still a ton of buy-ins, even at this higher buy-in level. Interesting point, though. I know I made the joke about it being a spin and go, James, but now that this is winner take all, there's no ICM anymore. This is literally pure chip EV. So I hope these guys have been studying the Nick Walsh TV charts.
And just very quickly, another follow-up to a point from Clem Toll. What did I just say? Even if a live event says they don't allow deals, don't fool yourself into thinking that they don't happen. Come on.
Just from a strategy perspective, guys, it is super interesting now that without ICM, players can be so much more aggressive. If you find a situation that is going to be plus EV in terms of playing for the chip EV value, you can take it. You don't need to be handcuffed because you're not battling for pay jumps. You want to win all of the chips as often as possible. And so the actual strategy here changes very significantly, guys.
Final point I would make, Nick, and
You're 5 high.
I understand that tournament poker is about money, but this is a tour that has nearly 20 years of legacy, and it is a title that people really want to win. To call yourself an EPT champion does mean something in the poker world, and again, they are going to be taking that seriously.
Yep.
Being the champion, lifting the trophy, having your name in the record books is not insignificant.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, you guys, as a professional moving forward, if you wanted to play higher buy-in events than a 5K, having a title next to your name gets you a lot of attention. It means you can definitely garner a little bit of staking a little bit more frequently, put yourself in some bigger spots to win even greater sums.
And of course, I appreciate there are some people who say, I'll never deal. Well, look, guys, when you find yourself at the final table of an EPT, looking at a difference of 500K in prize money, and you're like, I'm not doing a deal, knock yourselves out. That's your decision. If any one of these guys didn't want to do the deal, it would not have been agreed. No one was forced into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing the right thing here. I would struggle to find people that wouldn't be happy with taking a mill here at this point and playing for the 100. I mean, guys, don't forget that first place is 14, right? 1.4 million, right? So if you take the mill and then you win the 100K, you're not a million miles off of first places. They're not really discounting themselves that much here for the sake of the deal. Quick shout out to my mom in the chat. Didn't know you were a VIP, Lisa. Well done.
You know who's a VIP? Your mom.
You're not wrong. Hey. Claps in the chat for my mom, everyone.
Bon, j'ai accepté le deal hein, quand même. Il y a 100K à la gagne.
Vai começar a festa. Dale, 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 oh. Dale, 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 oh. Dale, 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 oh. Sai do meu coração.
To quote Russell Crowe in the motion picture Gladiator, do you not find this entertaining?
Utrex in the chat says, that's so disrespectful. Is no one managing the crowd? On the contrary, I'm pretty sure they're sending them drinks.
I love the fact they're shushing each other every time there's action.
What a crowd. Oh, man, Barcelona never fails to entertain. The shushing in the crowd. I love it.
Shaw completes, Wiciak raises, takes it down. So not too much movement in the stacks since the deal was agreed, since we kicked off level 35. Blinds currently 200,000, 400,000 with a 400k big blind ante. 45-minute levels now we are three-handed. The gap has narrowed between Seidenstricker and Wiciak. Carl Shaw still playing between 30 and 35 bigs.
Yeah, there's a shot of the trophy itself. And number 71 underway.
Shaw on the button with King Queen. Raises to 800,000. Ace Queen for Simon Wiciak.
So Carl Shaw got about 30 bigs behind here. This actually might just be a 3-bet and get it in, James, if they need to. I don't necessarily think that Shaw would get it in. I'm just saying that you might, from Wiciak's perspective, might be tempted to 3-bet this and just agree right now that you're going to be calling the shove if you need to, because of course there's going to be plenty of hands you're beating that shove against this 3-bet. Some bluffs, and then of course plenty of hands you're going to have equity against, like pocket 10s, pocket jacks, pocket 9s. Three-handed though, James, I expect him to at least call here with King Queen.
Okay, so the 3-bet is a 3.2 million. He would have the advantage of position. It's 2.4 million to make the call.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think folding is the craziest thing in the world here, but we are playing three-handed. You're playing against an aggressive opponent who's shown.
All in.
Oh!
Oh, wow.
Shaw moves all in.
I think it's a call, James.
And Wiciak has called.
Yeah.
This is a domination situation. Carl Shaw at risk and way behind. King 10 folded by Seidenstricker, so he's actually a 4-1 dog here.
Wow, immediately action. Like I said, this could have gotten messy pre-flop, and indeed it did. Wiciak already had his play in mind, as I said. Raise call. 80% favorite pre-flop. Huge moment for Wiciak.
We're going to run this board, which is king high.
Wow.
Domination rotation. And Shaw is now an 86% favorite to double up. Jack on the turn makes things spicy.
Yeah,
Wiciak picks up additional outs. An ace or a 10 on the river would eliminate Carl Shaw. River card is an ace!
Oh, wow. What a
Barry
reversal.
Greenstein appears. We get domination restoration, and we see the elimination of Carl Shaw.
Oh,
but he
man.
did lock up more than 900K in that deal. So he cashes out with better than third place prize money.
Sorry, James.
901,070 euros.
I was going to say, I keep talking all over you because I'm so excited by this moment. I apologize. What a fantastic moment. And what a reversal. That's the excitement we come to see in Barcelona. Unfortunate for Carl Shaw.
The Brazilians very excited because their guy's going heads up against Simon Wiciak. Shaw exits the arena. It'll be Wiciak versus Seidenstricker. Heads up. 95 big blinds for the Frenchman, 61 big blinds for the Brazilian.
Guys, claps in the chat for our guy, Carl Shaw. Honestly, what a warrior. Just played like such an animal, such a talented dude, such a success story right here. And honestly, what a force to be reckoned with. There's a guy you want coaching from for sure. Very, very good performance here in Barcelona.
Barcelona is, of course, known as the birthplace of the EPT. It was the summer of 2004 that the first ever European Poker Tour event took place. It's the only city that's been on every single season of the tour. going back to 2004 when Alexander Stevic won 80,000 euros for taking it down. In the years that followed, we saw players like Sander Lilloff, Sebastian Ruthenberg, Kent Lundmark, Joe's personal favorite EPT champion of all time. And of course, Mikolaj Pabal, one of only 3 live two-time EPT champions. He beat the Finns in sparkly hats back in 2012. And in the modern era, we have seen the sums of money being won by champions go up. Obviously, deals were done over the years, hence the lower first place results for Tom Middleton, Andre Latow. Jawanda took it down for a 7-figure score in 2015. Mallets taking it down for 1.1 million in 2016. And look at those payouts in 2019 and 2022. Nearly 1.3 million euros for Simon Brandstrom. And last year's champion, the reigning champion, Giuliano Bendinelli, got nearly 1.5 million after agreeing a deal with Jimmy Guerrero heads up. And then emerging victorious, congratulated by Israel, by his mum, and this year's champion will join these ranks and earn themselves a place in poker history.
James, I think you'll find it's pronounced Flexinelli.
Looks like we're ready to start this heads-up battle and continue level 35 of the main event.
Stand up.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, chap. Reset, reset, reset.
That's right again.
Guys, we're making a TV show here. You've got to do better than that. Everyone in their places? Take 2. Handshake and get ready. Get ready.
Okay.
Go.
And
I said go.
Good luck.
Hey!
Twice for luck.
Both these guys guaranteed more than €1 million, playing for just over 100K plus the title and trophy. The last 2 from a starting field of 2,120.
25 million. And you?
25?
And you?
36.
36? Okay.
I don't know about you, James. It always brings a smile to my face, Barcelona, honestly. Just watching clips back, just being here, the energy, it's just so good. I just don't feel like we get this same energy from other stops. Barcelona is just so special like that. Love to see big rails like this. In Cyprus, for example, that would be fantastic.
Cyprus will indeed be the next stop on EPT 2023. Heading there in October, heading to Prague in December.
Yeah, Prague.
We have our first hand of heads-up play here. Seiden Stricker with 9-8 has raised. Wiciak with ace-3 in the big.
Yeah, Prague is such a beautiful stop as well. Gotta love that too. Each stop has its own energy. It's got its own vibe, and I love that about the EPT.
It's going to become really annoying in about 2 minutes. It is an ace-high flop. Advantage Wiciak. Not a lot for Seiden Stricker to be excited about, but he is going to bet this.
So top pair. Got to feel good about just calling here a bunch, I think. Yep, makes the call. Obviously a board where your opponent might barrel off. Seiden Stricker does improve on the turn, but not enough to give him the best hand at the moment.
Yeah, I was right. It took about 90 seconds for it to become really, really annoying.
Huh.
Another barrel. 700,000 was the bet on the flop. This is 4 million. He's sized up. He's gone over. 4 million into 3.8.
Yeah, it looks like he's just using the 8-9 as a bluff despite actually picking up equity here. Makes sense. I don't think the 8's going to be the best hand on the turn too often. So if you do want to try and take it down, this is a way to do it. Obviously an opportunity to still spike an 8 or a 9, which will give him the best hand going to the river.
Wiciak with top pair makes the call. And the river does not improve Seidenstricker's hand. Of course, there is a 4-card straight out there. There is also a spade flush out there. And the question is, can Seidenstricker bet enough here to push Wiciak off this weak ace?
I honestly think this would be a really cool triple barrel. Yes, yes, mate. Very well done. Great spot to do it, too. I think having it gone raise call, bet call, your opponent is just going to bet their queens on this river all the time because they're terrified in this situation they're not going to get value. Shows the bluff.
Oh, wow. Shows it to the crowd before he shows it to his opponent.
What did he say earlier? Black flush? Under these circumstances, is this like a one-pair straight?
While after that hand, it is almost evens-Stevens. Wiciak now with the slight advantage over João Seidenstricker.
Oh man, James, I love that line. Excellent heads-up poker there.
Wiciak calls on the button with 8-5. Seidenstricker raises it up with ace-9. And Wiciak folds. Yeah, Wiciak now with only a very, very slight advantage. Practically even as hand 74 begins. Third hand of heads-up play.
I think 31 to 32.
Perfect, thank you.
And you?
Same.
Same, okay.
Benaloco on Twitch that says celebrating 2 big blind pots now. I mean, he's probably celebrating the millions of euros that he just won, mate. But yeah.
I think it's more just the ever-growing number of people annoyed at the rail. And I'm sorry, I don't like this game being played in silence. I think, and look, I do this for a living. There are times when watching heads-up poker can be really, really dull. When you've got this excitement, when you've got this atmosphere, I'm loving it. And I may be in the minority, but I don't care. But I'm getting to the point where I can't read these comments anymore because I just can't vibe with it at all.
Yeah, no, I agree. And guys, I can say with some certainty, Wiciak is not upset by the fact that there's a cool rail going on behind him. I don't think it's shaking him. I don't think it's bothering him. I'm sure he's just as happy that he's winning millions of euros as his opponent already at this point. Remember, the pressure's off here as well, right? It's not like we're playing for all of it under these circumstances, but 100K on the line. He's having a good time. If he doesn't mind, you shouldn't mind either.
Wiciak raises, gets a call from Seidenstricker, who has ace-5. And he's paired his ace. Not a lot for Wiciak to be excited about.
He's off to a great start, James. A couple pots going his way, and we talk about momentum a lot in heads-up poker. We talk about momentum in poker in general, of course, and right now it feels like Seidenstricker's off to a great start in this heads-up battle. So deep, though. 73 big blinds effective on this flop. So we're probably going to have to see some pretty serious cold deckage in order to crown the winner, but you never really know. Heads-up poker ranges so wide, anything can happen.
So it was 900,000 on the flop, 2.7 million on the turn. And the board has bricked out for Wiciak. Check, check. Seidenstricker wins another one. Now he's chip leader.
Seidenstricker now 91 big blinds to Wiciak 64. So he's taken a good chunk off of his opponent already.
Seidenstricker continues to keep up the aggression, raising to 1 million with 7-4 off.
Yeah, at these stack depths, I think you can raise nearly 100% of hands in position. Plays a lot more similarly to a sort of heads-up cash game at this stack depth. As we get sub 30 big blinds effective, we're going to see a lot more checking as per GTO strategy.
Well, Wiciak defended his big blind with king deuce. He still has the best hand with king high, but it's a case of check, bet, fold. He shows 7 high, and it feels like the advantage, not just the chip advantage, but the psychological advantage is very much with the Brazilian right now.
Yeah, had some hands, made some good bluffs. Just keep it going, buddy. Can he bring it home for Brazil? Brazil, just such a nation of poker crushers over the last 5 years, 10 years. It's really become a lot more popular in Brazil, and it's showing. So now 38 million for Seidenstricker, 93 bigs to 62. 62 big blinds effective going into hand number 77.
And blinds up in 25 minutes. They'll go to 250,000, 500,000. As Wiciak calls on the button with ace tray, 6 tray for Seidenstricker, and he checks his option. Ace high, still ahead.
I think it's a pretty easy check bet fold scenario. Okay. Wiciak doesn't want to bet flop. Does have showdown with the ace high, of course. Picks up a gut shot on the turn.
3, 4, 5, 6. Open-ended straight draw for Seidenstricker. The deuce would actually be brutal for Wiciak.
It's an upside down 6.
No deuce. Instead, the board pairs on the river, and ace high is still ahead. Check to showdown. Wiciak wins this one. For a moment, I thought the French were going to join in, and like when their guy won, they'd try and sing for him, but no.
Was a glance back at the rail from Wiciak, but doesn't have quite the same energy.
Oi.
I mean, there are a few French supporters, there are a few friends of Simon Wiciak on the rail, the opposite side of the Brazilians, behind Wiciak right now. Wiciak calling with 7 deuce. Seidenstricker checking his option with 10-5. There's a 5 on the flop. There's a deuce on the flop. There's 2 spades on the flop.
Yeah, huge flop here for Wiciak. Pair and flush draw. Lots of ways to win. I do expect a bet here. It does go ahead and fire in 400K.
Well, that is the flush for Wiciak. Seidenstricker drawing dead, but betting.
So I think technically you're supposed to still be calling with the 10-5 here. Excuse me, sorry, on the straighty turn, you can probably give up.
A raise and a fold.
Yeah, very coordinated turn. Didn't spot the straight there. I think that's pretty straightforward, actually. Plays out that way very frequently.
Jack 10 on the button and a raise to 1.1 million. A7 suited for Wiciak.
Yeah, guys, notice the differentiation in sizing here. Makes it nearly 3x pre-flop. Starting to push his chip advantage, I guess. We are deeper, so I think that's fine. It's a cool strategy.
Gut shot for Seidenstricker, top pair for Wiciak. The Brazilian continuing this flop for 1.3 million.
Yeah, it needs to be done. I think you just call here a bunch. I think raising isn't completely ridiculous, but you want to give your opponent the opportunity to continue barreling as a bluff here, of course, in circumstances where heads up, we have much wider ranges. So your opponent is likely to just have absolutely nothing. Heads up poker is very much a game of playing wide ranges, which means you have to be very willing to bluff and bluff very aggressively. Jack 10 does actually find some showdown on the river, though.
Okay, so Wiciak closing the gap. Roughly 82 big blinds, playing 75 big blinds now.
Chris makes a good point here. Do we prefer the Brazilian rail or do we prefer Ratman?
So long ago, I've basically completely wiped it from my memory. I'm getting the impression that the lyrics of some of these songs would not be suitable for pre-watershed viewing. Basically, the reason why we have the 18+ badge on the stream is for the songs the Brazilians are singing.
Yeah, someone needs to check that out because at some point it might start becoming a little bit too rowdy.
Queen 8 deuce on the flop. King high still ahead.
King 10 continues.
Interesting. Wiciak check raising with 4-3 of hearts and getting a fold.
Nice work there. Plenty of moves.
And
Guys very capable.
We're back to even Stevens.
That's right. So about 77 big blinds effective here before we jump into the next hand, guys. And like I said, very deep stacked. Still a ton of play left if these guys want to sit and play it out.
So walk for side Stricker. So here's a question, Nick. You've observed a couple of times they're deep stacked.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, they're playing, what, 75, 76 bigs effective?
Yep.
Blinds are going to go up every 45 minutes. There is the prospect of this being a lengthy heads-up battle. Can this crowd sustain that kind of energy for the next few hours?
Yeah, I mean, being on a rail is a lot like being in a boxing match. You don't want to get puffed out too early, right? Sometimes it can be an endurance sport. Yes, you're quite right. 77 big blinds effective. This could go all night long if they want it. Don't forget, guys, still playing for 100K. Absolutely ginormous score. Any of those players would be happy knowing that they scored 100K in this tournament, let alone actually having the million already locked up and playing for the 100K on top.
Yeah, a three-way deal was agreed, which saw Carl Shaw lock up 900K before he was eliminated in third place. The other two players get the seven-figure scores with prize money start for grabs and, of course, the EPT title and trophy. Simon Stricker raising with 4-3 of clubs. Wiciak calling with Queen 9.
Yep, definitely got to be defending these hands, and you guys will notice, of course, these wider ranges in play, as I've mentioned already. Tons and tons of people getting into poker, of course, learn their opening ranges and stuff like that. Full ring. As we get shorter handed, much wider ranges and heads up. Such a technical part of the game, and the moment when you're playing for really the most important sums, right, James? If you're going to be a tournament player, you can get to final tables, but if you're not closing it, you're just not going to be winning enough to profit from the game, and these guys will be very experienced, having played significant volume at this point.
When we get to the river, and Wiciak still with the best hand.
Don't really anticipate Seidenstreaker to bet the flop with a strong hand and then missed the bet on the turn here. So there is a value bet from Wiciak. And that's going to be the end of the hand.
Wiciak has regained the slight chip advantage. Stack's still pretty even, though. Oh, hello. Wiciak flopping a straight. Seidenstreaker with bottom pair.
This is not the worst flop for 4 deuce off.
400,000 apiece going to the turn. Ace of clubs means that Seidenstreaker is now drawing dead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards straight.
We can get to the 7 card straight. I've got $5 on the fortune bonus. We all get paid. I mean, the pot's only 2 million and Wiciak's gone for 3.5. Seidenstreaker folds and Wiciak extends his advantage. Queens for Seidenstreaker. Raises the button. Just 10-5 off for Wiciak.
Does he get any action at all, though? 10-5, really, really gross. Yeah, that's unfortunate, James. Like I said, you got to defend that big blind so wide, but some of it's going to go in the bin, and just queens, no action, unfortunately.
So the exact sum of money that they are playing for right now is 108,975 euros. Having agreed a deal and locking up more than $1 million each. Nick, don't do a Stapleton. Don't engage.
You know what? You know what, James? You're right. You're right. I'm better than that. Thank you. That's a true friend right there, ladies and gentlemen. All right, next hand, Queen 10 of the offsuit variety for Seidenstreaker.
Raised to 1.1. Wiciak with 6-5 of clubs.
This is not an unreasonable 3-betting hand, James. I definitely wouldn't mind a little raisey daisy here.
A raisey daisy?
Yeah, 6-5 suited, 8-7 suited. Definitely some frequency of 3-bet there at the stack depth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 17, 27, 37. I don't know.
Wiciak has played 1 time bank card so far.
4 million.
And you're right, Nick. He has decided to 3-bet with this hand. And I guess with a hand like Queen 10, with position, Seidenstricker can legitimately call this re-raise to 4 million?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just plays nicely in position. I don't expect to see a 4-bet here. That seems a bit over the top. But this is a very, very good situation to try and take it post-flop against an aggressive opponent. Indeed has the best hand, and that's an important part of deciding whether or not you're going to call. How frequently does my opponent actually have a bluff here?
9-5 deuce. So a pair of fives for Wiciak. Seidenstricker with 2 overs to the board and a backdoor straight draw. Wiciak has the pre-flop betting lead and continues into this pot of 8.4 million.
Yeah, there's quite a few nice turns here for Wiciak, as well as just having the pair right here, right now. But that small continuation in relation to the pot means he's going to flow with Queen 10 here. Queen or a 10 would be very dangerous for Wiciak.
So it was 3 million, the bet on the flop, called by Seidenstricker. Wiciak now slows down, checking this turn card. He is an 86% favorite, but it is Seidenstricker who's going to take over the betting.
Yeah, James, I don't think he's intending on check folding this turn, especially not having picked up a straight draw, right? Even if he's got it completely wrong and he is losing, he still has additional equity with that 4 on the turn, although it's not a ton. I anticipate a check call on this turn loads. A player at Wiciak's level will understand that his opponent will have floats here with 2 overcards, for example, like exactly like Queen 10.
3.5 million apiece. The 9 of hearts on the river pairing the board. 21.4 in the million. Seidenstricker has less than pot behind. Action's been checked to him for a second time.
James, I really think that if he pulls the trigger, he could get looked up here. The 9 is actually a really, really good card to see if you have 6-5.
Counting his stack in relation to the pot. He shoves. He bluff shoves with just queen high. And Wiciak has the best hand with a pair of 5s.
Wow, he can definitely call here. This is a spot that's going to be bluffed a ton given the action.
If he calls, it's over. If he calls, he's an EPT champion.
How much?
He asked for a count.
21?
I mean, it's most of Wiciak's stack. It would be a huge mistake to make. You call here and you're wrong. It's over for you.
Yeah, I've got to say, I think the 9 is actually really good because the 9 kind of is what you think Seidenstricker might have when he limp calls here. This run out means there's fewer combinations of 9 remaining, and I think that means he's going to have more bluffs. I really think he might make the call here. It's a huge moment. Imagine making this hero call and claiming victory here in Barcelona.
The former professional footballer, the former engineer, a guy who has been mentored and coached by Antoine Saout, with a decision that if he makes the right call, will earn him an EPT title.
You can do it, mate. I believe in you. I love hero calls.
Playing a time bank card, thinking about this.
I think he's trying to get a live read now, James. Seems to be looking at his opponent a ton here, trying to get some live tells.
This would be a huge call, and it will be a tournament-winning call.
Look at this from the rail.
Plays another time bank card.
I call.
He's made the call!
Oh, wow.
We have a result here in Barcelona. It is Simon Wiciak from France who takes the title and trophy. The additional 100,000 euros in prize money and crushes the hopes and dreams of the Brazilians.
Wow, what a call. Absolutely fantastic poker. He's dominated this tournament, and what a dominant call to take the trophy.
He has been chip leader for so much of the late stages of this 5K main event. He closes it out. He takes it down. He'll lift the trophy. He'll claim the single biggest slice of the €10 million prize pool. While João Seidenstricker is the runner-up and still gets more than $1 million, courtesy of the deal that was agreed 3 ways.
He looks disappointed, James.
It was a gutsy move, but what a call by our champion.
Seriously, mad respect for this guy.
Now we hear noises from the French rail.
It's got to be satisfying as well.
The Brazilians applaud their guy one last time. To make the top 2 from a starting field of 2,120 is no small achievement. Plus, he locked up more than €1 million in prize money.
Yeah, unreal stuff. Just so strong throughout this whole tournament. A real force to be reckoned with, and very well deserved. There's Andre Akkari on the rail.
Andre, 5th place finisher in this event. Congratulating his fellow countrymen, and of course congratulating the champion, Simon. Andre wants to say hello.
What an ambassador Andre Akkari is. Fantastic stuff. Really cool to see Team Pro coming out to say hi. Obviously a final tableist himself. Would have been here for the Brazilians, but that's how it goes. Made the play, got called this time. And a new champion here in Barcelona for the Frenchman.
And you could see how much it meant to him to win this. Did the deal ruin it? I don't think so.
No, definitely not. 100K is 100K. Any professional knows how important those scores are.
And it's not just the money. This guy has taken down an EPT, not just any EPT. The main event in Barcelona, besting a field of 2,120 and a first prize in excess of €1.1 million. Seidenstricker, the runner-up, for $1,048,555. And tears. Such emotion for our champion as he calls home to let them know that he just won a huge tournament and more than 1.1 million.
Oh, papa, il pleure. Mon papa, il pleure. Ah, je te reporte à maman, faut que je fasse quelque chose là. D'accord? Je vous rappelle plus tard, d'accord? Bisous. Merci, maman. Merci beaucoup. Elle dit, ton papa, il pleure.
Once again, Barcelona has delivered. It was a great tournament last year. It was a fantastic final table last year. And the Brazilians, Fabiano Kowalski, Rafa Moraes, the rest of the rail, congratulating the champion. It was all in good spirits, no harm done. You are an amazing crew, he says to the Brazilians.
There you go, guys. That ends the debate in chat.
Classy guy, great winner. And let's remind ourselves how this incredible final table went down today. Ezekiel Weigel was the first man out. 300K for his 6th place finish. Andre Akkari came 5th in 2017, 5th in 2023. For Santiago Plant, it was a domination situation, but Carl Shaw got the better of him on the turn, forcing the rotation and eliminating him in 4th. Then came the 3-way deal, 109K still up for grabs. Carl Shaw was out shortly afterwards, but courtesy of the deal, he made himself 900 grand. Heads up. Seidenstricker, Wiciak, that final hand, the great bluff, the amazing call. We have our champion. And he's down on the floor with Joe Stapleton. Let's hear from the latest winner on the PokerStars European Poker Tour.
Most obvious question. How do you make that call?
Well, before the flop, I asked him how much does he have. He was really pissed about this. So I made the free bet. I was tempting between call and free bet pre-flop. So I think that's a good combo to have it in range that deep. So that's why I free bet this. He was not really happy about it. So that's the first thing I noticed. He still make the call. On the flop, I hit a pair. Not the best one, of course, but still a pair. And in heads up, free bet pot is still good. So I free bet for value, clearly. He has all his ace-high, king jack suited, queen 10 suit, even queen 10 off, all these hands that are going to make some backdoor, so he's going to call. Then on the turn, I have no need to bet because I might be bad against a small pair, like sevens, eight, some tens, something like this. So I decided to check, to let him bluff all his queen jack suited, sometimes some smaller ace-high, and he went for a really small bet. That started to make me think that he didn't have a pair. If he would have a pair, he would have value a bit more against my ace-high, some stuff like this. So I was thinking I had a good hand, and on a 9 on a river, I was expecting a lot of check and give up from him because I'm not going to fall every time. Ace-high here too, a pair doesn't. A pocket of 7, for example, is not going to value all in, I think. So after all this consideration, I took some time bank because you don't want to be wrong in this kind of situation. So I thought about it and I say, yeah, and the last thing is, every time he was in value, he most of the time put his hat on the top, he put his sunglasses on and he didn't move. For example, with the 8, when we have the trips against Carl, and Carl made the call with pocket queens. I noticed that every time he was in value, he was really relaxed. And here he was really stuck. He didn't move at all. So I was thinking that maybe all of this together make me make this call.
Well, you seem like a guy that is really in touch with your feelings, judging by that hero call in the end. You told us before the start of play today that you were probably going to be emotional if you won this thing. You did win this thing. What emotions are you feeling?
It's everything in the same time, I'm thinking about my parents. I'm thinking about this tournament. My life is changing with this money. All the 3 last days, the camera didn't catch me, but I was crying sometimes, hiding the holes, because there is too much emotion. Even if I look in control, I'm confident in my plays. There is still, a big part of you are human. So it's a big event. First time I play in the main event of an EPT, and coming here, I have this crew behind me, everything together, the win, the crew, the moment, the work I have done for the last few months, the downswing I had, and everything together. Said you want to scream something, and that's what I did.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you're still human. Just one last question: your first career footballer, second career engineering, third career poker player. You think you're going to stick with it, or are you moving on to something else?
I do think I will have something on the side, start a business, something like this. I love to be an entrepreneur, to try some stuff. But obviously, I'm not a quit poker right now. It's just that I think that there is many things to do in the life. I was happy to play football at a good level. I was happy to be an engineer, and I was really happy to meet the poker. We can say to understand the cards, and this game is beautiful. So I don't know, honestly, but obviously that it helped me to have a lot of perspective in my future. And I think I will move on something else without quitting the poker, of course.
All right, well, now you got 1.1 million euros to start that new business venture. Hey, folks, right here, let's get a big round of applause for our 2023 EPT Barcelona main event champion, Simon Wiciak.
Great to hear from Simon. What a deserving champion, and what great analysis of that final hand. So he gets 1.1 million. Zhao Seidenstricker gets just over $1 million. Remember, a deal was done, which also got Carl short 900K. Congratulations, in fact, to all 6 finalists, but of course, there can only be one winner. And now it's time to present him with the main event trophy. Let's go back down to the floor and Joe Stapleton.
Hello and welcome to the winner's presentation for the EPT Barcelona main event.
It's been an incredible 7 days of world-class poker, and we have now crowned a worthy winner. Here to help me present the trophy is Tournament Director Toby Stone, Associate Director Live Events Operations Cedric Below, Poker Manager Casino Barcelona Christina Sendra, and EPT Business Development Manager Julian Liart. Before we hand over the trophy, just a few words from Cedric.
Thank you, Joe, and good evening, everyone. I just want to take a minute to look back at how this Barcelona event went. The opening Australias, with more than 7,300 entries, was the largest ever PokerStars live event. This EPT main event is the second biggest EPT main event ever. And we saw this year many new faces, new players who came to enjoy Barcelona, found great action at the tables. Once again, none of this would be possible without the help of many teams. Please join me in congratulating the full PokerStars team, represented here by Julian Liarte, our longtime partner, Casino Barcelona, of course, all dealers, all floor managers, led by our tournament director, Toby Stone, and all media and partners. So thank you, everyone, for the great job at this event.
Thank you, Cedric. And now there's just one thing left to do, outlasting 2,119 other entries. Having generated a prize pool of over 10 million euros, just one player remains, walking away with a first prize of over 1.1 million euros. Please put your hands together for the EPT Barcelona main event champion, Simon Wiciak.
Congratulations one last time to our champion, and thank you for watching our 8 days of live coverage from EPT Barcelona. Make sure you check out what's going on the EPT via the PokerStars blog. And remember, we are going to be in Cyprus in October. We will have 5 days of live coverage of the main event, so please make sure you join us for that. It all kicks off on the 18th of October. Thank you for your company over the last few days. For now, from Nick Walsh, Griffin Benger, Maria Ho, Joe Stapleton, and the entire EPT team, I am James Hartigan saying good night from Barcelona.